happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. It's what Vegas sells. But they're not really prepared for the fallout of that motto.
We got an emergency situation here.
Vegas tends to draw stranger injuries, stranger experiences.
This is a magic trick gone horribly wrong.
If you would have made me a bet that said, TJ, do this naked, I would have done it. It was that easy of a trick for me.
That's when I started to get really afraid.
I was saying to myself, I can't believe I'm gonna die on a cold piece of cement.
People don't lay there and just die. They want to fight.
People come here and end up in our ambulance.
Anybody who comes to our trauma center, they're getting the best last chance that they have on this planet.
Fire medical.
Everybody clear. 911, what is your emergency?
Everyone knows the Vegas Strip with all its glitz and glamour. But one of the wildest spots in Sin City is in the old part of town. Tons of tourists enticed by gambling, G-strings, cheap drinks, and freak shows.
Fremont Street is absolutely chaotic all the time. You have 1,000 people or more passing through those streets. It's a very crazy nightlife. It's absolutely insane.
It's unlike any other place. You've got 4 city blocks of a party going on, so whatever you want, there it is. If you don't like what you see, walk a block away, you'll see something completely different. And that's fun. I've seen a few stories, I can tell you that, but the one with the magician and the nail, it tops it off. It really does.
Gather round. What you're gonna see will astound.
I'm a little bit magician, little bit illusionist, a little bit freak show artist.
It's Friday, a wild night in Vegas like any other.
Feel that, that's sharp, that's real. Careful.
Jesse Case is a regular on Fremont Street. His nail trick wows the crowds there night after night.
It is one of the most dangerous tricks that I perform other than fire eating.
It's called the Devil's Nail.
You're taking a 6-inch nail and having someone else hide it. I really don't know where that nail is until I turn around.
Are you ready?
Ooh. I had not seen that nail trick before. That's why I was so excited to see it. Like, I was front row. Okay, let's watch this.
Jesse definitely has a flair for the dramatic. I appreciate that one a little more. I like all magic, but he definitely has a style to his own.
Now we're down to 2. The odds are pretty good, right? 50-50?
It's not easy in Vegas, especially, to keep the attention span of, drunk people.
Nice. Bunch of characters in Vegas, am I right?
He works very hard on what he does, and he puts his health on the line a lot for people's entertainment. And sometimes that's not appreciated, and at other times it is.
Actually, this is just luck so far. I mean, I'm gonna step on this one. No, this one.
A lot of people have speculated that I memorize how the cups are placed. That's not it. It's something completely different that I use.
You ready?
Jesse won't reveal his secrets, but what happened on this night is even more of a mystery.
What happened next, I can't really describe it any other way other than excruciating.
1, 2, 3.
Smash! And all he said was, I chose wrong. I couldn't believe it. I was out of my mind, like, oh, he got it wrong.
When it went all the way through my foot, I didn't even feel it because it happened so fast. It was like getting your ears pierced. I stood there for a minute, actually still talking to the audience. I'm a very strange person when it comes to pain. I just enjoy pain. However, this was something that wasn't enjoyable. The moment that I felt the pain was when I stepped back forward and stepped back on it. I don't recommend anyone at home doing it, okay? It was bad. It was bad. It's excruciating having a foreign body that is 6 inches long and literally about as big around as my pinky go through my foot. It was horrible, honestly. It was one of the worst pains I felt in my life. messed up thing about it is the entire audience were thinking it was part of the trick.
Get out of here, all right?
And my buddy came running up. He's one of the pirates out there on Fremont Street. As he goes, guys, we're gonna have to call the show right now.
And the crowd around Jesse, you know, they were trying to get him to pull the nail out of his foot.
That's a little morbid, but I guess they're trying to get their entertainment value as well. But that's Fremont Street. I'm looking around, all the other crowds looking right at him like, ready, game on, the show's just started.
Yank you right out.
And stopped him from pulling this nail out of his foot. That would have been a very bad mistake.
Everything's gonna be all right.
I was just going, okay, there's a nail in my foot, I gotta get it out. I had actually yanked on it 2 or 3 times trying to get it out of my foot, because I didn't really realize at that point in time that it was all the way through and all the way out the top. I had called my wife. Hey, hon, I stepped on the nail. She goes, no, you didn't. Well, honey, I stepped on the nail. It's through my foot right now. I'm going to be going to the hospital. And she goes, okay, I'll be there in a minute. Don't take an ambulance, though. Okay?
Chris disagrees and calls 911.
Fire medical?
Yeah, we got an emergency situation here in front of Binions on Fremont Street. It was a performance and it went wrong.
We got a call for what came over as a traumatic injury, and he was in a severe amount of pain.
Every paramedic knows Fremont Street well.
There's always crazy people and crazy stories. You are thinking about every scenario in your head, every possibility.
Finding the victim is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
As we're walking through the crowd, we're looking for anybody. We don't know what this gentleman looks like. We don't know exactly how bad the injury is.
Excuse us, excuse us.
We see the crowd a little bit larger in one certain section of Fremont Street, so we start walking towards that.
And there he is, Jesse the Magician, with a nail through his foot.
You couldn't see a whole lot. We didn't know how far the nail was in. He was definitely in pain.
It's a roofing nail, whatever the big, thick gauge nails were, you know, like this big and thick, and it did not look like you wanted it in your skin at all.
You could see the nail going through the sole of the boot, into the bottom of his foot, and up through the top of his foot. It's a whole lot worse than what I had originally thought, in that he stepped on that nail pretty hard for it to do that. Talked about his act and how it happened. It was a magic trick that just went terribly wrong.
All right. No.
Jesse didn't want to go at all. His main concern was money. Worried about the ambulance bill, worried about the hospital bill.
And I said, no, I really don't want transport. My wife said that she's gonna bring me there. And they looked at me and they're all, seriously, man, you have like a good football field before you can get to anywhere where someone can pick you up in a car. And the paramedic goes, wait, stop. I want to see this. Stand up. So I started to stand up, and I got just a little bit of pressure on that foot, and things started going black. I came about that close to passing out. And that's when the paramedic said, listen, man, you can go into serious shock at any time, and shock can kill.
Jesse finally agrees to go with the paramedics.
All right, how much does that hurt, man? Scale of 1 to 10.
12.
He was coherent the whole time. He was talking to me and was in a lot of pain, like anybody would be with a nail through their foot.
Dr. Megan Mercer is on duty at the UMC emergency room.
As Jesse came in, everyone was a little bit in shock when you see that, and you're kind of going, oh my goodness.
The first thing they asked me was, are you in construction? And I said, no, I'm a magician. They said, a why is it that you have a nail through your foot and you're a musician? I said, no, a magician. They're all, oh, okay, so this is a magic trick. I said, yes, gone horribly wrong.
Medical director and surgeon Dr. John Fildes is overseeing Jesse's care.
The nail through the foot is most common among construction workers, and it really was kind of novel to see that it was a magician who came in this time with the nail in the foot.
The ambulance had already given him morphine. We always want to be careful not to give a patient too much pain meds because it can cause you to stop breathing.
The team starts with x-rays. Has the nail caused any major internal damage?
The only real nail injuries that we see tend to be the high-powered nail guns, never anything this large or that extreme. And so this could be a foot or limb-threatening injury. There's that risk of bleeding where you have, we'll say the artery is blocked by that object, and if you pull it out, then it will start bleeding.
Think of it like a can of juice, and you only have one hole in it, and you start pouring. It's a slow flow until you crack open that other, side, and then blub, 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 blub. It's the same thing with your body. If you have a puncture wound that goes all the way through your body, however, you can bleed out in a matter of minutes to hours.
He could have a severe fracture that's difficult to mend. He could be permanently disabled, permanent arthritis. He could have an infection that could get so bad that he could lose his foot. And that could change his whole life.
Jesse now faces the possibility that a simple mistake may cost him his foot.
I was terrified, honestly. I couldn't accept that. I just couldn't accept that.
It's a terrifying moment for Vegas street magician Jesse Case. If doctors at UMC can't save his foot, his career might be over.
Jesse is very lucky that he didn't hit a bone, that he didn't hit an artery, that his tendons seem to be in place, because those are all things that could cause permanent disability in Jesse.
The x-ray results are the good news. The bad news? Removing a 6-inch nail is no easy task.
It required that we cut away the boot and expose the injury and the foreign body so we could see where the nail entered the foot and exited the foot.
So at this point, we do the lidocaine, which is the numbing medicine for the skin. And lidocaine causes a lot of burning sensation because what it's doing is numbing all the nerves around it. So that's initially painful, having a needle put into your open wound. I made sure to prep Jesse saying, this is gonna burn.
The thing I remember most vividly was feeling that drip through my foot, all the way out the bottom.
The skin was tight around the nail, and we had to use a scalpel actually to make a small skin incision above and below and to open the tract up. And that took the binding force of the skin off the nail.
So the next step for Jesse is the fun part, which was how do we get the nail out? This may hurt. We decided the best case scenario would be to get something that could really grip onto the nail, and those were pliers. All right, now's the time. And so we got a good grip on the nail. 3, 2, 1, and I just pulled downwards with a good amount of force.
It's a craft to take these things out. A lot of times you don't want to wiggle this stuff as you pull it out because it'll hurt the tissues around it. So you want to have an actual straight draw and take it back out the track it entered.
Please come out easily. Please don't cause a lot of pain. You don't want to yank it and then just see it tug and then be like, oh no.
It just started pulling down into my foot.
As it starts to slide out of the foot easily, you just have that sigh of relief of like, whew, this went well. Those are very dirty wounds, and so it's always a high risk of having infection. You can get bacteria in your blood, and that can be life-threatening.
He got some antibiotics. Fortunately, there was very little damage inside the foot itself.
Jesse's foot is saved. The show will go on.
I started showing the entire staff magic tricks. They asked me if I was ever going to do the trick again, and I said yes.
Why would Jesse do this trick again after such an ordeal? According to him, his act was sabotaged.
Sabotage is part of the process here.
Behind the scenes, the competitive nature of Fremont is ferocious. There are spots on the street that are better than others, and these people compete fiercely for it.
Hey, that's my trick.
Earlier that day, Jesse claims a stranger warned him to stop performing the trick.
That's your trick?
He told me that he was basically the creator of this trick and that I wasn't allowed to do it and that I had to stop or he was going to have me arrested. I blew it off. The person that sabotaged me knew how the trick worked.
Jesse says the stranger caused the accident, not him.
The devil's nail itself, I can't tell you how it works because that's part of the mystery behind it. Basically, he made it seem like that nail was underneath another cup.
Are you sure?
He took off. I've never seen him again, and I swear if I ever do see him again, I'm going to take his hat off his shoulders. That hurt.
I didn't think you could bounce back from this kind of situation. He bounced back, surprisingly. He's still doing the act. Wow. I wouldn't do it twice. I'm sorry. If I messed up like that one time, that's it. I'm retiring that act. Goodbye, nail.
I still do have that nail somewhere. I told my wife after I did this that I would never lose that nail because I always wanted to keep it as a reminder to not get cocky with what I do.
The people that come to the trauma center are there because they're at risk of losing life or limb. And in his case, if this had gone badly for him, he would be permanently disabled.
I firmly believe that everything that happens to us happens for a reason. Just like stepping on that nail, it happened for a reason. If I didn't step on that nail when I did, who knows, I could have tried to do something bigger that I wasn't ready for and end up, instead of just in the hospital with a nail through my foot, I could have ended up dead. I wanted to be famous, and I still do. I still want to be a great magician. And if it kills me one day, I will be.
Vegas, the party capital of the world. People come here to gamble, celebrate, and misbehave. And when the NBA comes to Vegas, the temp of Sim City rises to a whole new level.
I've worked in clubs in New York, LA, Vegas. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
They brought in, all the hip-hop stars and all the hotels. We'd never had that kind of a crowd that just was rambunctious and partying from, sun up till sundown, and they were still partying till the next day. It was wild.
The private party at the Minx Gentlemen's Club is no exception.
Everybody in that club was from out of town. Most of the girls were not actual working girls with that club. They were brought in from a promotion company from Houston, Texas. These girls, they were flown in specifically for this weekend.
Music and sports stars have taken over the club. One of the biggest is NFL player Adam Pac-Man Jones. He's flush with cash. He just won big at one of the casinos, and he wants to show off.
They were doing something they call Make It Rain. Making it rain is when you take a wad of $1 bills and you throw them in the air and make it rain money. And the more money you make it rain, the more prestige you have with your entourage.
Thousands of dollars in ones flutter down onto the stage. The situation quickly gets out of control.
There was 2 dancers that got into it over the money. One of the sports celebrities ended up trying to break up that fight. Hey, stop that! And actually ended up battering one of the dancers. And that's when the security guards ended up taking him and trying to throw him out the back door to get him out of the club.
But the party doesn't stop, and the night isn't over yet. It's 5 a.m., and bouncer Tommy Urbanski's day is just beginning. He's 15 minutes early. It's his second week on the job.
I was always raised, you're always 15 minutes early to work or you're late. My job was to pretty much run the whole place, make the registers, make sure the bartenders were doing their jobs, the bouncers were doing their jobs, the girls weren't doing nothing dirty or illegal. There was a lot of girls that came in from Houston that I never worked with before that were fighting in the girls' locker room. So I'd gone into there to try to stop that melee, which was kind of difficult because they didn't know me or who I was, so they weren't respecting my authority. So I got a couple doormen there to break that up.
All in a day's work for Tommy. Nothing he can't handle. Until the night goes horribly wrong.
The night manager asked me to step outside and just keep an eye on the front door for a second. So I was watching across the street and I seen a shadow. Saw a silhouette. It was probably about only 15 feet away. And that's when I looked up and saw the muzzle flash. I didn't have a chance to react, and before I know it, it was on the ground. And I started feeling the warm blood coming out. I just couldn't believe it. I was saying to myself, I can't believe I'm gonna die on a cold piece of cement.
Immediately, someone calls 911.
911 emergency, what's going on there? Hello? Okay, all right, take a deep breath, okay, is anyone around you been shot? Yeah? Okay, come in.
What's going on here?
Police and paramedics race to the shooting at the Minx Gentlemen's Club as 911 calls flood the lines.
Did you hear the shot?
Yes, I did.
Did you see who did it?
No, I mean, it's just chaos out here. There's just hundreds of people running everywhere.
You couldn't tell how many people had been actually shot at that point because there were just people that had been stepped on trying to get out of the club.
Police secure the area and paramedics rush to the injured. 3 people have been shot. 44-year-old Tommy, a former pro wrestler, is in the most danger.
Hello, sir. My name is Brian. How are you doing here?
I started talking to him. Hey, what's your name? How old are you? Are you in any pain? Any trouble breathing? And he said in a normal conversational voice, I can't move my legs.
Cody, go get the backboard. Give me the neck brace. Get the last one.
So all I was worried about was talking to my wife one more time at the time. And then I lost consciousness, yeah.
All right. You're gonna be all right, sir. You're gonna be all right. No problem.
He was a big guy, so I looked down, tried to figure out where he shot and why he can't move his legs. It was dark, and you really can't see that well. So we have to cut the clothes off and find out where the holes, so to speak, are.
Tommy has been shot 4 times. They need to get him to the hospital immediately. But first, they have to stabilize him.
All right, does this hurt?
So we put a C-collar around his neck and rolled him onto the backboard. He's a big boy, so it took 4 of us to lift him up onto the gurney.
University Medical Center, the only level 1 trauma center in the state, is 5 miles away.
I have a gunshot wound to the chest and possible spinal injury.
Trauma surgeon Dr. Michael Casey and the team are standing by.
1, 2, 3.
We talk about the golden hour in trauma. Within that hour, things have to be done or people will die.
All right, he's having trouble breathing.
1 bullet grazed his shoulder. 1 hit his left wrist. 1 went through the stomach and out through his chest. And 1 went into his back. Tommy's condition is deteriorating rapidly.
He was having problems with breathing, shortness of breath. The lung had collapsed on the one side.
The air escaping from Tommy's collapsed lung is filling his chest cavity, crushing everything inside it, including his heart. They need to deal with that first, or Tommy will go into cardiac arrest.
So we put a chest tube in to reinflate the lung. It's just a big hose, basically, you stick in the chest, and it reinflates the lung and takes the blood out from around the lung. He was in critical condition. He just was having a bad day. He had a hole, basically in the middle part of his chest, and we didn't know where it had gone through. Bullets, although you expect them to travel straight, don't always travel straight. So when you look at someone shot in the chest, you assume the bullet goes straight through. But a bullet can move when it hits the lung, can hit the heart, can hit the liver, can hit anything. So we started with a chest x-ray and an abdomen x-ray looking for the missile.
The x-ray confirms their worst fears. The damage is extensive.
It wasn't just a puncture in the lung. He actually was bleeding in and around his lung from the bullet. There's this big energy ball around the bullet called a cavitary channel, and that causes bruising and damage to the structures around. It's actually a larger pathway going through the body, and that bleeding made it more difficult for him to continue breathing, so we had to intubate him. We had to put a tube and get him on a ventilator to help him breathe. As you start having problems breathing, you become agitated. People don't lay there and just die. They want to fight. And especially a big guy like this who's used to being in charge wants to be in charge. And unfortunately, this isn't something he has control of. So we had to put him in a medically induced coma to help us get through the process.
Now, Dr. Casey turns his attention to the bullet.
We got him through the CAT scanner. Then we had an identification of the injury. The bullet went through into his spine. And it transected or cut his spine, cut his spinal cord. That's a pretty bad thing.
It was another crazy night in Vegas. He showed up early for work at the strip club and ended with a 9mm bullet lodged in his back. Doctors at University Medical Center have saved Tommy Urbanski's life, but it will never be the same.
Where it was cut made him basically a paraplegic. He's not able to move his lower body. He can't lift his legs, move his legs, can't walk anymore. We had to have him intubated for quite a while. His father had the news before he did.
He is my youngest. When you see your child laying in a bed like this, it's not a happy time in your life. Tommy was just a gentle giant. I mean, he had trouble actually playing football. He didn't want to hurt anybody. He was just a mellow guy, you know?
Tommy finally awakes. His father is at his bedside.
First thing I came to when I saw my dad, I asked him, why'd you let me live?
What do you say when you hear something like that? I said, Tommy, but I still have you.
Doctors decide to leave the bullet lodged in Tommy's spine.
Going after the bullet doesn't change the outcome. Like in the Westerns, we see people shot, they dig the bullet out and they'd instantly get better. It's not true. If you go after the bullet, you'll damage more things getting it out.
Strange how one simple act has such devastating consequences. Weeks after the shooting, police finally find out why the shots were fired.
The threat was made against Aaron Cudworth. He was the other security guard that actually escorted the sports celebrity out the back door. Out back, threats were made against Aaron Cudworth, saying that he was going to kill him. Thomas Urbanski wasn't even there when all that happened.
Tommy was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
What had transpired inside was 2 hours earlier. After the fight, after everything, I came in.
The gunman is 32-year-old Arvin Edwards. Police say Pac-Man met with Edwards after being ejected from the club. Edwards pleads guilty to attempted murder. He gets 4 to 10 years.
He was actually pimping girls down here in Las Vegas. He was here for the NBA week. He actually had a tie with the IRC, which is the International Robbing Crew, a big gang in Atlanta.
I kind of felt sorry for his family, really. You know, I mean, I know his grandmother raised him, and he was just a stupid young kid with too much money.
While Pac-Man Jones didn't pull the trigger, Tommy and the other guards sue him for inciting the attack. They're awarded $12.4 million in damages. To date, Tommy has received $40,000.
It's a running joke between me and my lawyer, because with interest, it's almost about $18 million. I've collected less money that I could just barely about pay for this wheelchair. That's how much I've collected from Pac-Man Jones.
It hasn't been easy, but Tommy has begun to regain control of his life.
I hit the gym as much as I can, and I'm staying at it. I was a wrestler before. I used to get high from the gym, and I need that. I'm a guitar player, and so I knew I wasn't going to walk again, so playing the guitar again was everything to me.
He now performs in Vegas with his own band 4 Bullets Later.
So I live to do. I love my music. If I'm playing, my pain's gone. I'm happy.
The best goal we have for any of our patients here is to get them back to a normal, functional life. He'll always be a paraplegic, but I'm happy that he's completely functional and he's able to get around, do his own life, and do the things he wants to do.
You gotta stop feeling sorry for yourself and get to work, you know, if you're gonna have any kind of life. I am gonna walk again in my lifetime, be it by myself or hopefully a little bit of science and maybe a little bit of miracle. The next couple of years will mix together. Maybe a lot of us will be walking again. That's what I'm hoping for.
It's the entertainment capital of the world. If it's big, spectacular, and special, it's in Las Vegas.
This is definitely one of the hottest places to come in the country, so you get to see all kinds of different things going on here. Anytime there's a big event, you have to have medical coverage.
Because things can go spectacularly wrong.
Anytime I ever want to do overtime, I usually work for the special events division. Kind of a cool gig.
Especially when a hometown hero, the king of dirt, is the headliner.
When people think BMX and they think Vegas, they think TJ Lavin.
Born and raised in Las Vegas, TJ Lavin has done it all on a bike.
TJ was pretty much the pioneer of freestyle BMX dirt jumping. He pushed it to the next level by doing tricks that nobody else was doing.
This is what he does. He's a thrill seeker. First stitches at 9 months. First broken arm at 5. Never looked back.
When you ride BMX, if you don't crash, you're not trying hard enough. That's something I always try to tell the kids. And if you stay in your comfort zone, you're not going to progress like the rest of the riders. So if you're trying something and you crash, as long as you are comfortable crashing, as weird as that sounds, knowing that you can tumble out of it and get off the bike as best you can.
It's not a sport for the faint-hearted.
They're literally taking their bicycles and spinning them around and doing all kinds of crazy stuff on them, so you could see the possibility for an injury.
There's so many calculations involved, and if you miss it, you're hitting the ground. It was the Do Tour Championships, like the final stop of the Do Action Sports Tour. We were in the Hard Rock parking lot where the dirt jumps were built, and there was bleachers full of the fans. They were watching. It's just such a crazy, crazy incident just to goosebumps just thinking about it. Just silenced the crowd and nobody moved.
Sin City, show some love for TJ Lavin!
It was at the end of the night because I had just told my partner, like, hey, you know, this is the last guy. So it's always been an EMS thing, you know. Wait, you know, don't pack stuff up. Don't curse yourself. I was standing right there, full view, and it looked like he came down on his head pretty hard. It was pretty scary.
Something about the way he fell and the noise, it was a scary moment for everyone. His eyes were closed and then rolled back, and, you know, everyone's saying, "Wake up, TJ, wake up."
I just figured he was going to get up. He always gets up. And then he didn't get up, and he didn't get up, and he didn't get up.
He was actually having a seizure. He was in convulsions. When you convulse after a head injury, it can be an ominous sign. He just stopped seizing by the time We were getting him on the board. We put a collar on him, put him on our backboard, and then we got him on the gurney.
Paramedics alert UMC Trauma Center and give them their ETA.
We knew we were getting a rider that had fallen a distance and was unconscious and unresponsive in the field.
We started an IV on him. We had him on oxygen. My main thing was to make sure that he was protecting his airway, and I kind of kept an eye on that. I took his blood pressure quite a few times.
I was just watching what the medics were doing. People were calling me on the phone. Cars were on the side of us. His friends were following us in the van, and you know, it was just kind of a whirlwind.
I just kept texting her, texting her, texting her, and he just didn't wake up.
Got TJ to UMC Trauma Center within 9 minutes.
Dr. Michael Casey and the trauma team are ready as the ambulance pulls in.
He was not speaking and not conscious.
TJ, can you hear me?
Get ready to intubate now.
We can reduce things that injure the brain. We make sure he gets oxygen. Thanks. So we had to put a tube in to help him breathe.
Assessing his injuries is their #1 priority. He needs a full body scan before they can go any further.
We were always worried about cervical spine or the neck injury because he took a big fall. Worried about the rest of his body. He can't tell me because he's not acting right and he's not conscious. You may not see a broken bone on a CAT scan, but the ligaments that hold the bones together could be damaged. If you move them, you can make them paralyzed at that point.
The news is not good. The scan confirms what doctors already suspect.
TJ had a very severe brain injury. He had an active bleeding source in the brain, and he had edema, which is the swelling of the brain tissue itself, and all of that lends itself to being potentially fatal.
Neurosurgeon Dr. Stuart Kaplan must assess how severe the bleeding and swelling is and whether they have to operate.
The CAT scan showed a small amount of hemorrhage, but nothing so significant as to require surgery. In other words, an open surgery, what they call a craniotomy, which means remove a portion of the skull, remove a blood clot. So nothing so significant as that.
Instead, he decides to monitor TJ's brain.
We place a fiber optic catheter we place right on the surface of the brain, and it measures the pressure of the brain, like a blood pressure cuff of the arm.
Think of the brain as being inside of a fixed box. The brain swells, it can't get out of the box. So it pushes down onto the spinal cord and you herniate, and the brain kills itself. It shuts off the blood supply and the brain dies.
TJ is placed in the ICU. His chances of surviving are 50-50. All anyone can do is wait. The next morning, the pressure in TJ's brain is unchanged. Even if he survives, his brain could be permanently damaged.
I never wanted him alone. So somebody was with him 24/7.
On the third day, the pressure finally goes down.
His swelling had come under control, so then it was just time to let him heal and to give him time to let his brain heal.
TJ has survived, but he remains in a coma, hooked up to a feeding tube, a respirator, and a catheter. Will TJ wake up? And if he does, will he be the same?
You don't know what the brain's done. So you don't know what that pattern of injury is going to be, whether he forgets 3rd grade, whether he can't say the word salad. You don't have a clue. You hope that he goes back to being himself and being normal.
They don't tell you much because they really don't know enough about the brain. They don't know how far you're going to come back. That's all they kept saying to me. Well, we can't give you a timeline.
That was the hardest part, is just seeing him like that and then not being able to do anything. Well, I mean, he could wake up in the next 2 minutes or the next 2 years.
There's also another worry. Blood clots.
Think about taking a long flight where you can't move for 12 hours. People get blood clots in flights. Think about him laying in a bed without moving. High risk for blood clots.
The days begin to take their toll.
Started to come unglued just a little bit, and I started to panic.
It's been a week, and TJ Lavin remains in a coma with a serious brain injury. While they wait, doctors deal with the other injuries he suffered in the crash.
He had a wrist injury and he had a clavicle fracture. That's his livelihood. That's how he was able to do all those amazing things on a bike that he did. And while he was asleep, they got fixed.
Still, TJ shows no signs of regaining consciousness.
It's hard because we're so used to our friends crashing, and then you get up, you get better. That's normally the routine, but there was no sign of him getting better.
Day after day, hoping for something. And then, a sign.
We always do this thing where we like squeeze each other's hands like, I love you, and then the other person says, you know, love you more. There was a moment where I squeezed his hand like that and he squeezed it back. It was a pretty intense moment because that's just something that we've always done together, and he didn't wake up, but when he squeezed my hand, I thought, man, okay, he's in there.
TJ's condition is upgraded from critical to serious. Doctors remove his breathing and feeding tubes. And then, a setback. He develops pneumonia, a common problem for patients with breathing tubes.
We have vocal cords that close flat, and you put a tube in it, holds them open so bacteria can get down inside there. And bacteria loves warm mucus. So the things you normally cough are now trapped between that tube and your lungs. If it's not treated aggressively and it's not treated appropriately, people will die from pneumonia.
That was something that got everyone very scared again, because I thought, oh my gosh, you know, he's recovering, now he has pneumonia, and it's really dangerous. So that was extremely scary situation. Luckily, they got to it very quickly.
Every day, we're looking for pneumonia. The nurses are great about cleaning the teeth, sucking out all the secretions, making sure things are done well.
We tried to talk to him every day, all day. We played music for him from the very beginning. We played music for him because they said that was good.
Although he's moving and there are signs he's in there, TJ has not opened his eyes.
After the 10th day, that's when I started to just completely break down. And I thought, oh my God, if he doesn't wake up today, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Finally, something gets TJ's attention.
What's up, man?
We have a friend, his name's Tony. He's from Bulgaria, so very thick accent, just a very distinct voice. And for some reason, his voice triggered something in TJ, and he started to come to.
I was like, Tony, how you going, mate? Like, instantly. Him and I have that banter together. He's the reason, like, that I instantly needed to wake up and talk to him because I didn't see him for a minute. It was crazy. All of my senses were really bad. I had double vision. I could hear, but that's about it. My first thought of waking up was, man, this is prison. Get me out of here. I tried to get up and I fell right away. I crashed in the hospital room floor and everybody's like, TJ, and I was like, no, I'm cool.
It was pretty amazing. Just, you know, I walked in there and he's sitting on a chair and he just looks up and he just smiles, and I just started crying. I just couldn't believe it. I was so happy.
And I went in the bathroom and my friend Reed Johnson, he's a baseball player, he came in there with me and he held my hand while it held my piece. And he's like, TJ, tell your friends that don't wear helmets that it's a lot cooler to wear a helmet than it is to have your best friend holding your piece while you're taking a piss. So I'll never forget that. That's pretty funny.
A month after the horrific bike crash, the King of Dirt leaves UMC and faces a long road to recovery and rehab.
They taught him how to read. They taught him the whole thought process, how to tie his shoes. They taught him money. They got him walking again. I've never seen anybody so determined to get better.
I mean, it's crazy how you have to relearn a lot of things. I have a lot of different things that I do, and like one of them is playing piano, and I could remember some of the songs and remember how to play that and remember how to play this.
When he started playing the piano, I actually started crying then. I had to leave. I walked away and was bawling my head off because it was like he was back, but he wasn't. But there was hope.
One thing that's still up in the air. Why did the BMX superstar crash on a trick he could do in his sleep? What went wrong?
I'd had some super weird feelings going into that contest, and I even called my mom and I was like, I think this is gonna be my last contest, I'm over it. And the day before, I had a good friend of mine take a very hard slam, and it was the hardest crash I've ever seen in my life, and it really scared me.
He'd called the ambulance and held him till the ambulance got there, and then the TJ went to the hospital and he met all the doctors and nurses the night before.
His friend was actually in a coma.
I felt very responsible for it almost. I was like, man, I shouldn't have let that kid ride those jumps.
You know, coming into the competition the next day, he realistically should have pulled out. He hadn't got any sleep. You know, he was very upset about his friends.
When it came time to doing his run in the contest, that's when it really showed that his head wasn't in the game.
If you would have made me a bet that said, TJ, do this naked, I would have done it, no problem. It was that easy of a trick for me.
The impact and the way he hit, it could have killed someone, but I know that he's so tough and he's such a fighter.
I told him he couldn't ride because of his injuries and so forth. And he says, okay, well, instantly out of the hospital, he's back riding. It's hard to keep someone like him from doing things.
He's just as anxious and energized as ever. Definitely made a full recovery. We're very lucky.
Changed my life for sure. I'm definitely not gonna be a competitive dude anymore. I'm way more chill, and I don't sweat the small stuff, and it's all small stuff, so.
He's taken so many slams over the years, hard ones, and I don't know if that's something that you can credit to how tough he is and how he managed to pull this one off and recover, but it was definitely close. BMX is crazy, the level the sport's progressing every year, and safety gear finally is something that's finally becoming an issue. TJ has made a big push to make being safe cool. The tragic injury that he had and how close he came is what makes other people realize what could happen to them as well.
I want to thank the doctor that fixed my wrist because it's good to go. Look at that thing. It's sweet. Thank you for keeping the swelling down on my head, too. I appreciate it. It would have been a sick story if I would have died, but I'm glad I'm here.
It doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. It doesn't matter if it's a holiday, a weekend, a middle of the week. It's always a party in Vegas.
Some days you just can't predict what's going to happen.
A male fell from the MGM sign 15 stories.
I just knew his internal injuries would be great.
He came at me and just laid into my finger. In 24 hours, it was the size of a baseball glove. I'm saying goodbye to my fingers.
We need to be talking about taking something off.
We were losing altitude. This is it. This is how I'm gonna die.
When someone arrives, the only chance they have is the chance they have with us.
Fire medical.
Jesus. 911, what is your emergency?
Las Vegas, a glittery world unlike any other place on the planet. Everything is possible, and nothing seems real. Especially when you're from small-town USA like Tara and Richard Montgomery. The couple from Paducah, Kentucky, won a trip to Sin City at a trade show in Atlanta.
We spun the wheel, and then we realized we won the grand prize, which was a trip to Las Vegas. We had never been to Vegas before, so we were excited to just see what it was about. You see it on television, but it was kind of neat to see it in person.
I was just amazed this place never goes to sleep. It's all hours of the night, 24/7. I think I was really just totally mesmerized by the, especially at night, all the lights. Before we even came out, Tara kept saying, I want to go see the MGM. And I said, okay, we'll work it into our schedule. We've got several days we're going to be there. And time was beginning to run out on our trip, so she said, let's go tomorrow morning. And I said, okay, that sounds great.
We were walking down the strip, you know, shopping for souvenirs for some of our family, and we realized that there was construction going on around the MGM, so we weren't expecting that, so we had to kind of stop and regroup there.
Then, out of nowhere, the unthinkable happens.
We looked up and out of the sign, we see this man falling.
He was kind of waving his arms and he was screaming for help. Then he hit the ground and it just got dead silent. I did a quick glance around to see maybe we were seeing a movie being filmed or something, that maybe this wasn't real. This wasn't a movie.
I grabbed Tara's arm and I said, we've got to go. She said, go where? I said, we have got to go help this man. No one is helping this man.
As a nurse, I was honestly not prepared to really find someone that was alive. I was just screaming, someone call 911.
Fire medical. I'm standing in front of the GM Grand Casino, and a man just fell from scaffolding 100 feet at least. The Tropicana side or the Boulevard side? On the Boulevard side.
We got a call for a Delta response. I'm seeing that, you know, it's an unknown age male who fell from the MGM sign, which is almost 15 stories. There's no possible way he could have survived.
The sign sits on Las Vegas Boulevard. People and cars jam this street 24/7. The paramedics will have to battle traffic to get there. Until they do, it's up to Richard and Tara.
Finally found a man laying there on his back in a perfect little small area.
Completely covered in dirt. Small pebbles all over his face and his eyes, making some noises, kind of a rattling as he's breathing.
Incredibly, the man is still alive.
Fire or medical?
We need an ambulance out in front of MGM.
Is this for the person that fell?
Yes.
Okay.
He's passed out right now. He's passed out right now.
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing?
What breathing, his airway's getting tight.
His airway's getting tight. We got a nurse here that was walking along.
Flag him down when you see us. We're coming at you.
His head was only about 6 or 8 inches away from the window washing scaffolding. Just another foot or 2 away was a concrete retaining wall.
And he missed that just by, I mean, inches. If he had hit that, we would have come upon a much more gruesome sight than what we found.
I began trying to assess the other situation we had around there. We were beginning to get drops of water falling around us. And so I looked up at that time, and when I did, I could see up into the base of this sign that was up, I'd say 150 feet or so. I'm concerned about this sign. They've got this crane hooked onto it, and I'm afraid if this thing starts to give, or there's other things, metal going to come out of the sign, we've got to get out of here.
Tara's training as a nurse takes over.
I knew the first thing we had to do was establish his airway, make sure he was breathing good. I pulled down on his chin so that he was getting as much air as he possibly could. I also was very fearful that he had spinal cord injuries.
Without emergency treatment, he'll die on the spot.
We just knew that any second that was going to be the last breath that we would hear.
I just knew that he wasn't going to survive.
Experts say the human body can't survive much more than a 30-foot fall. This man has fallen 150 feet. That's 15 stories.
Just pray, Richard, pray for this man. I said, he's got a family. I said, he might have a wife or children. He's got a mom, dad, brothers and sisters. I said, I think the reality of this is a person now was kind of sinking in on me. So I said, just pray for him. And so a couple seconds went by and I said, like, pray out loud. I need to hear your words.
I reached my hand over and I laid my hand on this guy's chest. Just began praying. And I just remember praying and hardest I think I've ever prayed in my entire life. just remember asking God, please just let this man live. Please let him have just one more breath.
The paramedics fight through the traffic and reach the scene.
I'm looking up at the MGM sign and seeing how far the distance was. We were walking up on a dead body.
Paramedics were there, I would say 4 to 5 minutes. If we were in Kentucky, it would have been, 10 to 15 minutes.
As they began to come in, we got out of the way. There was not enough room in the area we were working with.
I just bawled for a little bit because it was so overwhelming. I told my husband, I said, we just saw a man die.
It's now up to the paramedics.
We had to go over the sides of this crane to get to this gentleman because it was so confined and so blocked off. And then we got to his side. It was a huge shock. He was breathing. We went from calling this guy a dead body to he's still alive, like we got to get moving. We figured we would just maintain his airway, his breathing and circulation to make sure that everything was in line with what the trauma center needed to resuscitate him when we got there.
University Medical Center is just 15 minutes from the scene.
The ambulance radio came in and said that they had a patient who had fallen off the MGM sign. We were in a state of disbelief. All of us know what that looks like. We drive by it frequently, and we prepped for the worst.
UMC is the only Level 1 trauma center in Nevada.
So when someone arrives, the only chance they have is the chance they have with us.
On the way, paramedics identify the man, Charles Schuler.
I was busy on my computer. My wife came into my office and she said, that was the Young Electric Sign Company calling. Chuck's work. The human resources director said, there's been a problem at work. Chuck had a fall. And I knew right then he was dead. I asked what they knew. They said they didn't know anything. And I said, well, where did they take him? And they said, UMC.
Go around, heads over here.
31 minutes after the first 911 call, Chuck is wheeled into one of UMC's trauma bays.
1, 2, 3.
Whenever we bring in a level 1 trauma, you feel like, okay, now I got the help that I need. There's 10 people taking care of this patient to make sure that the patient survives.
Just hang in there, okay?
Dr. John Fildes takes charge.
I've seen what it looks like when somebody falls 150 feet, and they will come in with open skull fractures and visible brain matter. In his case, it was clear that he was badly injured, but I was really relieved that he had escaped some of those things.
Not only is Chuck alive, he's awake and conscious.
Chuck, do you know where you are? I'm in church. You're in church?
Chuck has numerous external injuries, but it might be the internal ones that kill him. They need to find those fast. Chuck's parents arrive, desperate for any kind of news.
The lady guard ushered us into some kind of a private room, and she said the social worker will be with you shortly. I thought it was confirmed. I had lost him already.
All she can tell them is that Chuck is alive and the trauma team is assessing his injuries. And the first thing they do is to treat his pain.
These kinds of injuries come with extreme amounts of pain, 8 out of 10, 24 hours a day, nonstop. Most people have never experienced anything like that.
He's given an intravenous synthetic morphine and then a Valium-type drug to deal with the anxiety.
We went ahead and CAT scanned his brain, his entire spine, his chest and his abdomen and pelvis, and we shot x-rays of any area that looked like it could be fractured.
The scans show a small hemorrhage on the brain, broken ribs, broken shoulder blade, collapsed left lung, shattered femur, and fractured spine. It's a terrifying list.
The social worker gave us a rundown of his injuries. I mean, there was a lot of injuries. You know, and is he gonna be all right? And there was only hope left. And there was precious little of that.
Chuck Schuler fell 150 feet off the MGM sign. It's headline news all over Vegas.
A cell phone video shot by a witness shows Schuler being taken away on a stretcher after falling more than 100 feet from the MGM sign to the ground below. The repairman suffered a broken back, femur, fractured ribs, and head trauma.
For Tara and Richard Montgomery, the couple from Paducah, Kentucky, who earlier today kept him alive until help arrived, it's a miracle.
We just looked at each other, just astonished, thinking, how in the world could someone survive a fall like that?
They said he was at the University Medical Center trauma unit, and that he was in critical but stable condition. We kind of got excited, to be honest with you. That was just like exhilarating feeling that, okay, he's stable.
Because UMC is a level 1 trauma center, specialists like neurosurgeon Dr. Stuart Kaplan are on call.
Obviously, the general rules of physics didn't apply because basically if you fall 150 feet straight down, one would assume that you would die. I mean, it was shocking to us all.
Chuck has survived the fall, but he's not out of the woods yet.
The guy is moving, so we know neurologically he's okay. He had what they call a burst fracture of L1, the first lumbar vertebra, which is the first one down from the thoracic area. But his fracture was unstable. We knew it required surgical stabilization in order to lock it in place.
If they can't stabilize Chuck's broken spine, he could wind up paralyzed. The next morning, Chuck Schuler heads into the first of 2 surgeries. One to repair his shattered femur, the second to stabilize his back. His other injuries, the broken ribs, broken shoulder blade, and the collapsed lung, are treated and will heal over time. To repair the broken femur, they insert a titanium rod in his right leg. Then, they begin the second, more delicate operation on his spine.
We have to be careful when we position them because somebody who has an unstable spine, we got to be very careful that we don't damage his spinal cord in positioning him.
They'll use a titanium rod and screws to stabilize the spine. It's vital those screws are placed in the proper trajectory or angle. For that, they use a portable X-ray machine, a fluoroscope.
So we can follow our screws as we place them into the vertebral bodies. What we then do is we basically make an incision on the back. We expose the entire spine. We then place in what they call our pedicle screws to lock in the spine. We place in our rod, place in our connecting nuts, and then we place in our bone graft material.
This should lock Chuck's spine into place, but it's a delicate operation. Things can go wrong.
The greatest fear you have when you do an operation next to the spinal cord is that you damage the spinal cord in one way.
It's a critical period. They won't know if the surgery had damaged his spinal cord until Chuck wakes up. He's beaten the odds once. Can he do it a second time?
Right after surgery, we want to see them awake and we want to see them moving their legs. Once I knew he moved his legs okay, I knew neurologically he would be okay.
2 days and 2 surgeries after his fall, Chuck comes through.
Where am I? Family came, a bunch of coworkers came. I don't remember seeing any of them, but they said that they talked to me, and I was worried about work when I shouldn't be, so.
He had some brain trauma. That was what we were really worried about the whole time. Everybody's saying it's okay, he will pass through it.
The same day as Chuck's surgery, Tara and Richard, the couple from Kentucky, are heading home. But not without visiting the man who fell from the sky.
Well, somehow, I don't know how they did it, but they found out where he was at. And they took a taxi cab from the Strip over to UMC. We met them in the waiting room of the intensive care unit.
You know, we told Rose about how we prayed for him, and she said that just explains everything. She said when he got here to the trauma unit, he was conscious, and they asked him, do you know where you're at? And he said, I'm in church. I thought that was just the neatest thing.
Boy, that just sent chills up and down my spine. You know, just the small things like that we can do in life for someone, not knowing what you're being asked to do at the time, how it can make an impact on someone's life.
I told my wife, that completes the miracle.
The bleeding between the brain and the skull turns out to be spinal cord fluid. That clears up on its own. Although Chuck's prognosis is good, he faces a long, long road to recovery.
I felt like it was taking my first steps all over again if I was a little kid. I was just worried that I would never get a normal stride back. I was always gonna have like some kind of limp or just an awkward, walk.
Chuck remembers little of that day he dropped from the MGM sign.
They would tell me several times what happened, and I would just forget and then ask again what happened to me. My short-term memory was gone, I guess, for a while.
On the day of his fall, Chuck and the rest of the sign crew were removing the LCD screens from the MGM marquee.
Everything was supposed to go smoothly. It didn't. We were getting real close to the end. The crane was hooked up to it. They cut the last few attachment points, and it wasn't budging. One of the guys thinks he knows where it's still connected. I'm running, to one side to the other. After that, I don't know what happened. Something must have broke out from underneath me, and I fell out of the sign. From what I was told, the thing that saved me was the fact that I hit a 20-foot palm tree. Probably broke my speed. I bounced off that, and I hit an 8-foot palm tree, and then I hit the ground. I hit the right things first before I hit the ground, and said everything happened just right, like a perfect fall, I guess.
8 months after his miraculous fall, Chuck Schuler goes back to work.
He had a near-death experience, and that changes people. And it may be a long time before he gets back to where he was. I'm glad that I could do my part to heal his body and give him that chance.
We're just glad we were there to help him. God gave us that opportunity through our trip, and we felt like we were just where we were supposed to be that day.
Yeah, I still see the bright lights and all the scenic things you can go see, but Vegas now means Chuck Schuler to me.
Say Las Vegas, and you think of the Rat Pack days and those legendary shows and entertainers. But there are still rats in Vegas, and they can get out of hand.
I never saw a rat in my life until I met her.
When I first came to Las Vegas, I had the notion that everybody worked at a casino. If you didn't work as a stripper or a card dealer, then you were selling beer.
People come to Vegas for all sorts of reasons. Behind the scenes can be as crazy as what you see on the Strip. And if anybody should know, it's Kathy Boudreau.
I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm also a musician. And when I'm not doing all that, I am also a rat trainer for TV shows and movies and specialty magician shows on the Strip.
Yeah.
Much like men, rats are very easy to train. You feed them, and they do pretty much what you want. And they're very affectionate, and they're very cute.
Shoe drinky?
I've trained them to skateboard, to swim, to play basketball, to run mazes. I love making people scream with the rats. So when they're screaming, I know I've done a good job.
Kathy has nearly 100 rats housed in her garage, or as she calls it, the rat room.
There's about 4 women that I know of that train rats. And honestly, women over 30 tend to gravitate to the little rodents. There's a big culture of women that are in love with rats.
Her latest addition is Zeke.
Hey, new dude.
He's rehearsing for Penn and Teller's show.
This little guy didn't give me any indication that he was scared of me at all. Up to that point, very friendly. I reached into the cage for him, as I do every week with a friend of mine. He came at me and just laid into my finger and just held and held and held and held.
Are you okay? Oh my God, did he bite you?
Much like Roy and his tiger, I should have paid more attention. friend helped me rinse it off. We kind of squeezed it out a little bit, and I thought, it'll go away. Been training for 25 years, so you're gonna get bit. And I still had cages to clean, so I had the rest of the day to deal with.
It's ridiculous.
My fingers started getting a little larger, which is something I wasn't used to.
She called me at work. She said, a rat got me. A rat grabbed my finger and wouldn't let go, and I finally got him off. I mean, she'd been nipped before many times, you know, by other rats. She said, it's swelling up a lot, and maybe I should go over to the emergency room. And I said, well, yeah, you should.
Let's go.
Well, I was feeling very hot and feeling very dizzy and just telling Val, I just want to go back to bed. I just want to go to bed. I just want to go to bed. And, no, we have to get you taken care of.
All the while, her hand is getting bigger and bigger.
All I could feel was thud, 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 thud.
And bigger.
What is it? Bitten by a rat.
Take a seat. This was like I had gotten run over by a Mack truck pain. This was not a regular rat bite. I wasn't used to this. I really wasn't used to this.
The first thing doctors ask is, where did the rat come from?
It's really important. Is this a rat that you know or a rat that you don't know? If it's a rat that you don't know, you're looking about rabies, tetanus, you're not sure where this rat has been.
Kathy has no idea where Zeke has been.
It was a roof rat, not a standard pet rat.
Besides training them, Kathy rescues rats from all over Vegas.
I got called by a woman saying that she had a rat in her backyard. So I knew that he wasn't going to be as tame as some of the other rats that I've had before.
Rabies is rare in Nevada. So what else could it be?
Hand bites are very difficult. We want to look at those very closely. If the bite is near a joint or may have hit a bone, you'll do the x-ray of that area. Animal bites can be pretty forceful, and you can actually crack a bone. You're going to look for animal teeth left behind. Swelling tells you some sense of the severity, but it also raises our suspicion for a potential infection.
The x-rays show the rat bite didn't hit a bone or burst a major blood vessel. No remnants of Zeke's teeth are there either. But Kathy's hand keeps getting bigger.
In about 3 hours is when it got to be about the size of a baseball. Just started to puff out like that.
Doctors decide to keep her overnight and start her on antibiotics.
The show was wrapping up. I got done, and I got a call from her saying she was over at the hospital. Her hand was ridiculous. It looked like Mickey Mouse's hand. And when I saw that hand, I was scared.
The pain was beyond what I could have possibly ever have thought it would be.
Days pass. There's no change in Kathy's hand. Antibiotics are not working, and her temperature is through the roof at 104 degrees. They decide to call in an infectious disease specialist.
Infectious disease is really an adventurous specialty where it relies on a lot of thinking and detective work, kind of like the Sherlock Holmes of medicine.
I don't know this doctor. Who is this doctor? Well, I'm a special doctor. Okay, well, nice to meet you, special doctor. What can we do about this?
Any animal's mouth is a very contaminated environment, and they have a high risk of infection. Specifically with rats, you worry about something called rat bite fever.
I had never heard of rat bite fever, and I've been working with rats since the 90s.
The big issue with rat bite fever is that this bacteria then spreads systematically through the body, affecting multiple different organ systems. Kidney failure, you can end up with liver failure, and that's what causes people with rat bite fever to die.
If untreated, the fatality rate is 10 to 15%.
And he said only 12 people that I know of have ever had it in the United States. It's a third world disease.
But rat bite fever isn't the only thing that could cause Kathy's infection. He needs to take blood samples and cultures to pinpoint exactly what's causing her hand to swell. All the while, that hand keeps getting bigger.
It was the size of a baseball glove. The Red Sox could have used my hand to win a World Series. They should have.
It's a tense time for Vegas rat trainer Kathy Boudreau, waiting to find out if she's been suffering with a potentially deadly infection known as rat bite fever.
And I sit there for another 2 or 3 days in a hospital as my hand is still swelling up. One bite and my whole life could change.
When the lab results come back, there's good news. Kathy does not have rat bite fever. The bad news? It's something that's equally dangerous. An infection called cellulitis.
There are types of cellulitis that can spread up a hand, eventually get into the bloodstream and cause a bloodstream infection or sepsis, and then that can kill you.
The cellulitis was rapidly progressing and actually involved some of the tendon sheaths there because of the inability and the pain she was having with moving her finger. So it was moving much deeper than just the skin.
The longer it goes, the worse the prognosis.
A hand is a tight space, so as things swell, you can pinch off nerves and arteries where there's just no blood supply anymore. You're getting something called necrosis, which is dead tissue, or people call it gangrene. When you start to get that, boy, we need to be talking about taking something off.
The decision to amputate is now up to a hand surgeon.
How do I take care of my animals? What's going to happen is me as a comedian, as an artist, as a musician, all these things that I do in the world are all related to my hands. We just got married 2 weeks before. I still had the new wife smell, and I was about to lose my hand that he had held at the wedding. I'm looking at my fingers, and I'm realizing I'm saying goodbye to my fingers one at a time. A silly rat is going to take everything away.
Good afternoon, how are you?
The same. Finally, the very attractive hand doctor comes in and said to me, "We're going to try to save your hand." I stopped breathing. I was already ready to say goodbye to my fingers and my hand.
First, they anesthetize the hand. Then, the surgeon makes a 1/4 inch incision to see how far down the tissue is damaged. He squeezes her hand to help it drain.
It wasn't like this god-awful, icky, slimy, cottage cheesy stuff that I expected. It was just water.
They clean the incision by powering saline, or sterile salt water, into the wound. They clean out what they can, remove the tissue that was destroyed by the infection, and then close it up.
And it went from looking like a baseball mitt down to a squishy glove in about 2 days after that.
Kathy is released from the hospital, her hand intact.
If I could meet that doctor again.
I'm not disabled, I'm re-abled. He saved my hand. Didn't have to cut my fingers off, didn't have to cut my hand off. I got to keep my palm. You know, I can have a palm reader read my hands now and tell me how crazy my life is.
And whatever happened to Zeke?
That rat that bit me lived a happy, long life until he was 4 years old. This is Zeke Jr. And I use him to teach little kids to not be afraid of rats. He's a pretty cool little dude.
Looking for a quick getaway? That's Vegas. On any one weekend, the city's population swells by 300,000, most arriving by air, all folks looking for some sun and fun.
I had asked Susan and Doug how adventurous they would want to be on the trip. And they said, "You book it, we'll do it."
Tamika Savoy and her husband Randall of Louisiana have been friends with Susan and Doug Touche for years. She plans an off-the-strip kind of getaway.
We went to Red Rock Canyon, rode our ATVs, tore a gold mine, kayaking 11 miles downriver from the Hoover Dam. I wanted, it to be memorable.
2 days later, it's back to reality. For Tamika and Susan, it's the local hospital. For Tamika's husband Randall, it's farming crawfish in the ponds of Catahoula Parish. And for Susan's husband Doug, the pilot, back to his accounting firm.
We got on the runway and took off. My husband and I we had our shoes off and we would kick back reading magazines. We weren't in the air for very long, and Randall heard Doug say that we were losing altitude. We grabbed each other's hand. This is it. This is how I'm gonna die. We felt the very first impact. metal scraping against the cement. Bright blue flames. No one else is screaming. If they're burning like I am, they have to all be dead to not be screaming. Got my seatbelt undone, but I was out. And then when I turned back to look, Randall was crawling out the plane. Hearing a lot of fuel just pouring. And I saw Doug and Susan, and I was going to help. Fuel ignited. We collapsed in a yard, and that's when the people in the neighborhood just started coming out.
Fire medical?
I have no idea what's on fire near my house, but we need emergency rescue.
In the chaos, no one realizes at first exactly what's happened.
You got the calls an outside fire. It could be brush, could be trash. An outside fire is typically a one-engine response.
Where the plane landed, it was right in the middle of the street on an intersection. There was people everywhere.
Neighbors were grabbing hoses and anything to put out the fire, trying to just get everybody out of the plane.
I could already see the column of smoke. It was southwest of the station, a handful of miles away. Then some more reports started coming in, the plane down. We don't know what size plane it is. We don't know how many souls are on board. We upgraded to a full response.
They called for the rescue. We were not very far behind. When you go from 0 to 100 in like a second, your initial adrenaline is pretty intense.
The sirens, I heard them, they were coming.
We rounded the corner, and it was basically a street of destruction.
It's early morning in Las Vegas, and a 6-seater plane has crashed on a residential street. Debris is scattered along the full city block.
He didn't hit any houses. There were so many houses that he could have hit. That could have changed the whole scene pretty dramatically. Very surreal. Still smoldering, people everywhere.
It's a little chaotic. We had a wing sheared off in a backyard. The fuel from that was on fire. We had 2 in the front of the plane, and they were both very much alive. This was shortly after takeoff, so I'm sure his tanks were fairly full. We weren't sure if the liquids that were on the ground, how much was unburned fuel.
If it is fuel, it could ignite at any time. Firefighters know what they have to do and do it fast.
Put some foam blanket down. That's to protect the occupants in the plane as well as the firemen.
The pilot seemed more critical than the passenger. We wanted to get them out as quickly as possible.
The pilot of the plane, they had him out and they were doing CPR on him right away.
The pilot, Doug Touche, is in rough shape. He's rushed to the nearest hospital. His wife, Susan, is taken to University Medical Center. Amidst the chaos, neighbors tell firefighters there are 2 more victims further down the street.
When the first paramedic came to me, I was like, I was a nurse. Go to my husband, he's having trouble breathing. And then when they came to see me, I was like, okay, get my IV started. Here's my name, my date of birth. You know, I'm totally with the program. I know I don't have a head injury. Give me something for the pain. I couldn't take it anymore.
They had 2nd-degree burns and some 3rd-degree burns. Probably was more painful than the actual trauma they endured from the plane crash.
The adrenaline wore off, and that's when the pain kicked in. All I could do was scream. I couldn't do anything else but scream.
We're putting sterile water, and we're wrapping them with dry dressings called burn sheets. The Savoys were at a huge risk of becoming fatalities.
What a sad end to what had been a memorable weekend in Vegas. Paramedics alert University Medical Center that they have 2 more victims.
Team all set? So we knew that 3 were on the way. We knew 1 was sicker than the other 2, so we set up 3 teams.
Gloves.
Less than an hour after the crash, Susan Touche, Tamika Savoy, and her husband Randall arrive at UMC.
We immediately get to work on what we call the ABCs of trauma. Assess the airway first, breathing next, and then the circulation, then look at the disability, and finally expose the patient to find all of their injuries. Then you get to work on things. The best analogy I've heard from outsiders is that it looks like a pit stop at Indianapolis 500.
In 5 minutes, these ABCs tell Dr. Fildes that Randall is in danger.
We found multiple fractures.
Some tenderness here.
We found internal injuries.
3rd-degree burns.
We also had burns. The neurologic status was poor.
Randall, can you hear me?
Randall could have died at the scene.
He had broken 4 ribs. But it's the laceration in his spleen that needs immediate attention. It's dumping blood into his stomach area. He's at risk of bleeding out and dying. Randall is rushed into surgery. Back in the trauma unit, doctors work on Tamika's burns. It's the 2nd-degree burns causing the most pain because the nerve cells there are still alive.
I have never in my life experienced anything like that before. I tried childbirth for 24 hours straight with no medication, and burns was 100 times worse.
To stop infection, her burns need to be cleaned and bandaged every 8 hours. Not a job for the faint-hearted.
It's horrifying for the novice trainee in medicine to see when you wash or wipe these wounds, to just see all the skin come off in your hands.
By evening, Tamika's burns have been treated, and she's given medication to ease her pain.
From the knees down, my worst part was my feet. Your toes and your fingers, that's where you have a lot of nerve endings there for your sense of feel. That pain was something I'll never forget.
By now, her husband Randall is out of surgery and in the ICU. The doctors managed to repair the rupture to his spleen without removing it.
He had an oxygen mask on, and I was watching his vital signs on the screen, and he would take it off to talk to me, and I could just see his oxygen level going down, and I'm like, stop talking, just put it back on and just stop talking.
Tamika asks doctors about her best friend Susan Touche and her husband Doug, the pilot.
We had to tell her the pilot had passed away at the scene. It was information that she was demanding from us and information that we could not withhold from her, but it really hit her hard. It really was a difficult thing for her to absorb.
They told us that his injuries were too critical and that he couldn't make it to UMC, so they had brought him to a closer hospital, and that he didn't make it.
Susan Touche's injuries are just as severe. She's on life support.
Multiple fractures, there were central nervous system injuries, included burns. Her level of consciousness and her stability of her blood pressure and pulse was poor.
I visited with her for a bit. She looked very peaceful. All of her vital signs stayed stable. Her heart rate stayed pretty stable. And I remember just sitting by her bed and holding her hand, and I didn't want to speak. I didn't want to disturb her peace. And I stayed there for about 15, 20 minutes, just sitting there on the side of her bed.
Then, in the middle of the night, Randall takes a turn for the worse.
His spleen was bleeding, and bleeding pretty rapidly. We had to remove it as a way of trying to save his life.
Randall is at risk of bleeding out and dying once again. In Las Vegas, doctors at UMC have spent the night trying to save the life of Tamika Savoy's husband, Randall.
I buzzed the nurse's station and I was like, bring me to my husband. I want to see him now. And they were like, I have something to tell you. Last night, you know, he took a turn for the worse, and now he's on the breathing machine. He's on life support.
And she wanted to know, is he going to be okay? Is he going to be okay? And that's an impossible question for a trauma surgeon to answer. I told her I thought he would be okay, and that we would do everything we could to make sure he'd be okay.
By now, Randall's family has arrived from Louisiana. All they can do is wait and watch. As her husband fights for his life, Tamika's best friend, Susan Touche, is taken off life support.
She was in a very bad state, and we collaborate with the family in terms of what are the next steps.
The last time I saw Susan, I remember feeling so grateful that she didn't appear to be in any pain. The only time they told Susan about Doug was when they were going to take her off of the machines and let her go. They were telling her it was okay to go meet him. He was waiting for her. But I don't know how much she could understand.
Even more tragic is why Doug and Susan were in Las Vegas in the first place.
The year before, her son was in a car accident, and Las Vegas was the last place he was before he passed away. She had never been to Vegas and always wanted to come here and do the things that he did before he died.
The news only gets worse.
The day they told me they were taking Susan off of life support, the doctor also came in and said they had tried everything they could with Randall and that they just thought he would maybe have to be on the breathing machine forever.
It's unthinkable.
But it was hard enough for her to be that ill, be in an intensive care unit, just struggling with her own issues. To be asked to make decisions about her husband's critical illness was just more than any one person could bear.
Being a nurse and knowing that there was nothing I could do, and then having to try to, control the medical decisions for him, and then as well as the same time being sick myself and having the burns, skin grafts, and having to worry about if my kids were okay, and it was too much. We had 2 kids, ages 4 and 2, that were back home. I had begged my mama. I remember sitting crying, begging, please bring my kids. But then I started thinking that, Daddy was on the breathing machine, and I know if they'd come here, they'd want to see Daddy and talk to Daddy, and I didn't want them to see that.
Life is a gamble. A simple weekend away with friends in Sin City changes lives forever. But they also say time heals all wounds.
Randy.
Randall Savoy is taken off the ventilator and takes his first breaths on his own.
The brain, just like the heart and the kidneys and the lungs, reacts immediately to injuries in the body and reacts by becoming dysfunctional. So it takes time for them to really come around. You've got all the other problems solved, but you're waiting for their neurologic status to improve and they can come off the ventilator.
When I woke up, I was like, where am I? And he's like, man, you're in Vegas. I was like, what? He's like, you got in a plane crash. I started crying. I was like, am I by myself? And he's like, no. He said, your wife's down the hall. Mom and Dad, they come here every morning. They've been coming here for a month. And I was like, a month?
She's gonna be okay.
He went from them not thinking he would make it to, boom, he's going home.
I was really, really, really lucky. My splenectomy, the staples was out. My burns on my legs, it was just white, It was healed, but it was just white. And the first time I stood up, they turned purple. And it felt like a million needles in my legs when the blood rushed to my feet.
1 month after the crash, Tamika and Randall Savoy head home. This time, not by plane. Their family rents an RV for the 1,600-mile drive back to Catahoula Parish.
I said I would never fly again. It took about 36 hours to get back home.
Tamika and Randall are back in Vegas for this show, flying for the first time in 5 years.
5 years.
Well, you're in great shape now. Look at you, buddy.
I went to work back in probably January.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
My mom talks about you all the time.
They're really highly functional. They're all back at work. They're really happy about life. That's really a great save. Did you go over and visit today?
Yes, we did.
I'm glad. I'm sure they were happy to see you.
At the hospital, memories come flooding back.
There was a room with a metal table, and there was hoses hanging from the ceiling. And anytime they would have to take me in that room, I knew it was an intensive dress and change. just walking by that room, I teared up and I was crying because I just seeing it brought back the memories of the pain. Even today, I have some spots on my tips of my toes that are still really, really sensitive and I can't touch. But other than that, I've healed up great. My legs look amazing, but that pain was something I'll never forget. I remember every second of the crash. I remember the smell of the jet fuel. When the guy from the NTSB brought me my wallet, it smelled the jet fuel. When you put gas in your car, it's not the same smell. It has a very distinct smell, and I said, just get rid of it. Just wash my ID cards. I don't want to see it again. Get rid of it. Because that smell is so distinct, and it brought back everything. We went back to the neighborhood, too, where the accident was.
He always wondered and thought about us if we were still alive, you know, so how we ended up.
And they'll never forget their friends, Susan and Doug Touche.
With every fiber of my being, I believe that Randall and I are alive today because of what Doug did. Not just saving our lives, but he dodged every house. He truly is my hero, and he always will be.
You can't thank somebody enough for that. You can't. There's no words to thank somebody enough for doing that.
My mom would really love it if I can get a picture with you.
Las Vegas to me is a very interesting place, and I wish it was like 1,000 miles closer to where I live. That way I could drive.
We call it the Vegas syndrome. Every day is different. Never gets old.
Yeah, whatever happens in Vegas usually ends up at UMC.
We got an emergency situation here.
I was the little red devil in pasties, bringing out the sin in everyone in Sin City.
And it sounded like somebody punching a watermelon.
Nothing surprises you in Vegas anymore.
As I'm running and closing the distance, I hear gunfire. Think of your wife, think of your kids.
He arrested on arrival. We're in trouble.
He was rolling back out on the line, unclipped. I saw him just drop.
He's mangled, he's torn up, he's a mess.
We really had a hard time making heads or tails of his anatomy. It just looked like ground hamburger.
That's always the risk we run in this town. They just lose their inhibition, and they do dumb things.
Fire medical.
Excuse us.
911, what is your emergency?
It doesn't matter what you want. You can find it in Vegas. High end to low end, and everything in between. A few miles from the Vegas Strip and all its glitzy glamour is Fremont Street, a freak show of in-your-face, out-of-work, pushy performers from everywhere, hustling tourists for tips.
I'm out of shape. I'm an old guy with long hair, and I play heavy metal guitar, and nobody expects to see that out here.
I lost my job as an auto mechanic. One night I woke up with a dream, and in my mind it was Cupid. Went out there, and it just took.
Like 28-year-old Amber Stark, who goes by the name Misty Sins.
Well, this is Sin City, so obviously there needs to be someone down here bringing the sin out in all these tourists.
Come get your picture with the devil, folks. After all, you are in Sin City.
I was the little red devil in pasties and a G-string. Some of the characters just tend to stand there and wait for people to approach them. From being down there 4.5 years and watching, I see that they don't do as well as the characters that actually drag the customers in.
It's not your average 9-to-5 job. Misty relies on the kindness of strangers for her tips.
I'll just be flirtatious. I always tell them, you know, come get your good luck photo with the devil, or welcome to Skin City.
She doesn't really have to, you know, try to draw them in. They just automatically come to her.
It's a rowdy place, especially at night when the tourists arrive, drinks in hand.
I always watch out for her, and if I can't, you know, I have somebody down there. When you got a wife that's down there, you know, about 90% naked, then the people want to grope and get handsy.
Shame on you! Shame on you! I've had people that have come up behind me and licked my body parts, tried to stick things in my body parts. Pretty stupid things that I'm sure their buddies, you know, talked them into trying, or I dare you. And so yeah, people get pretty crazy.
But sometimes the attention can get out of control.
It was a pretty good crowd. We had a pretty good flow of people. You could tell they'd been drinking a lot.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, how you doing, sweetheart? Oh, look at you.
This particular individual was taking pictures from afar, and I kind of waved him over and let him know, you know, hey, you know, tips are greatly appreciated, and I'll post for your photo if you'd like.
Okay, listen, you can't take any more pictures unless you're gonna, like, you know, you have to give me something. Like,
I'm giving you something, my attention. Is there a problem here?
No,
Who the f is talking to you, cowboy? Get the f out of
hey,
here.
man, like, look, this is not reasonable. Come on.
He got really, really close to me and was being very vulgar.
No more. Stop it now.
Right. Let's go. Come on.
No more pictures.
F you, and you don't know who I am, and I'll F you up.
I can hold my own against somebody like you. Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Her husband, Richard, is nearby. He hears the commotion.
I always watch out for her, and if I can't, you know, I have somebody down there, because, you know, it can get pretty crazy pretty quick.
Yeah?
Misty, being a Scorpio, she thinks she's 10 foot tall, even though she's only 5'2". Takes no crap off nobody. Her whole family works in a prison. Well, she was always told that you stand up for yourself. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching him, you know, watching his body language. I'm watching her and I'm like, yeah, this ain't good.
Back off. I think you need to take a step back, okay?
I had some pepper spray with me.
I'm gonna give you to the count of 3, and I'm gonna spray this right in your eye. 1.
Well, he decided not to back up.
What are you gonna do about it?
Right eye. Take that.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
He roundhoused her and hit her right above her ear. And it sounded like somebody punching a watermelon. I mean, it was just a big thud.
Richard comes to his wife's defense.
He hit her and he hit her hard. Never knocked her out. And I'm thinking, damn, somebody hit me like that, I'd probably be out there just passed out. But no, she was mad.
She's down, but she's not out.
Yeah? What are you gonna do about
He's kind of hunched over, and he's got this devil on his back. And he's going, like, you know, trying to thrash her off. And her tail's, and I don't know whether to laugh or jump in there.
Next thing I know is I hear her scream, and she's on the ground. A guy shouldn't be hitting a girl. And, you know, I say she's a friend, and I see a friend in need. I'm there to help out.
What?
The cowboy joins in. It's a brawl. Despite being pepper sprayed, the attacker fights them off and makes a run for it.
The guy got up and took off running into Binions. I couldn't chase him because characters aren't allowed into casinos.
When the dust settles, all eyes turn back to Misty.
She would definitely look like she was like, out of it. She was crying, so, again, I knew, she was hurt bad. And because, she's a tough girl, so for her to cry, she would have had to been really hurting.
Someone in the crowd calls 911. When the paramedics arrive, they can tell something is wrong.
What's going on here? Hello, ma'am. What's your name?
I couldn't see straight.
Look at my nose. Okay.
Everything was crisscrossed. I was very disorientated, and I couldn't really tell who was moving or where they were going or where I was at exactly.
Can I drive her?
They said, well, if she keeps asking the same questions, then it's serious.
Misty is showing all the signs of a potentially serious head injury. They have no insurance, so Richard drives his wife to the hospital.
To breathe or to bite down or to try to talk was really, really painful.
At the hospital, Misty gives her real name, Amber Stark. And while she waits to see a doctor, a nurse fits her with a neck brace.
Amber Stark, we're ready for you. Come this way.
Dr. Keaton Patel is on duty. She tells him about the fight on Fremont Street, the blow to the head, and the knock to the ground.
Obviously, she's from Fremont Street, dressed differently, so nothing surprises you in Vegas anymore, and I think I don't get thrown back as much as I used to.
Just look straight at me, please.
First, Dr. Patel looks for external signs of head trauma, like bruising around the eyes or bleeding from the ears.
She told me, I feel a little bit confused about the event.
Just gonna make sure that everything there is okay. Yeah, that hurts too, right? Yeah.
I'm feeling loopy, I'm feeling nauseous.
Please, can you just puff up your cheeks, just...
In a concussed patient, you're always worried that they could have something other major underlying, such as a brain bleed, which would be more concerning.
If there is a bleed inside Amber's brain, it could cause permanent damage, even death.
If you have blood in your brain, it's collecting where there shouldn't be blood. Now you're having pressure increased in your brain. So think about blowing up a balloon to its limits, and you keep on adding and forcing more air and more air. It's going to put tension in all those structures on the brain and can cause death.
Amber seems alert and stable, but appearances can be deceiving.
People constantly surprise you. A patient may look well speaking to you, and in 6 hours, they may be dead, and that happens.
A scan is the only way to tell if she has a brain bleed.
These manifest as abnormalities on the CT scan where you can actually see a bruise or bleeding or a change in the normal structure of the brain.
That kind of scared me. That really let me know this is pretty serious.
A blow to the head on the streets of Vegas a few hours earlier, and now Amber Stark faces the possibility of brain damage. If there's bleeding inside her skull, her life could be in danger.
I wanted to be detailed. I wanted to make sure I saw everything, make sure she didn't have a neck injury with this head injury, make sure there wasn't any other signs of trauma.
The news is good. Dr. Patel finds no sign of a brain bleed, but he does spot something.
Amber actually had a fracture in the medial portion of her eye on the left side. That area is actually called the lamina papyrisa, which is Latin for paper thin. It's a paper thin bone. And so if you get a high enough impact like Amber had, which is this punch, it can cause a fracture of that area. Whenever people injure or get a fracture of their globe or orbit, that could cause someone to go blind if not recognized.
It's a potentially life-changing injury. But once again, Amber escapes permanent damage.
Luckily for Amber, it was an isolated fracture of her orbit that wasn't causing any impact on her eye itself.
There's no medical treatment for the fracture. It will heal on its own. But she does have post-concussive syndrome.
Some people have concussions for 72 hours. Sometimes symptoms can last for a year.
You're gonna, have severe migraines, you're gonna get headaches, you're gonna have discomfort in your neck, no sleeping for a certain time frame. They did give me a dose of pain medication before they released me to try to ease the pain some.
"10 days later, Amber is Misty Sins again, back on Fremont Street, tempting tourists for tips. Her attacker was never identified.
The incident replays in my head, and it keeps me on high alert. You have to constantly pay attention and be aware of your surroundings, because you never know what anyone out there is capable of or when they might do it.
But that's always the risk we run in this town, with people intoxicated or high, and they just lose their inhibition and they do dumb things.
Only in Vegas would you have a gold cowboy and Cupid helping the devil try to win her battle. It's absolutely only in Vegas.
It's called Sin City for a reason. People come here to drink, gamble, and go crazy. It's business as usual for cops working downtown. Every night is a gamble.
What's unique about Las Vegas is that you have the Strip and downtown. Those areas are unique because it's not a community that you're policing, but it's an industry. It's a tourist industry. You see some off-the-wall things. You never run into the same thing twice. You never know what you're gonna get.
In March 2010, officers Mike Madland and Chris LeBlanc are on duty. Tonight, they're in the southwest part of town when they spot something suspicious.
We see a vehicle go by, and we see the occupants inside watching us, watching them.
They run the tags through the computer.
Vehicle ends up coming back stolen. This particular vehicle matched the description of a car that was involved in a shooting the previous night.
They tail the vehicle, but the driver ignores them.
It just kind of cruised around at the speed limit, just failed to stop.
They pursue the stolen car for a few blocks. Finally, headquarters gives them permission to run the car off the road.
Basically roll up on the back quarter panel of the vehicle and give a little nudge, and then it'll spin the car out. 9 times out of 10, it kills the engine.
2 men get out and make a run for it. Other officers now involved in the chase nab one of the suspects. The other bolts over a wall and runs through the backyard of a nearby home.
Officer Madland goes in foot pursuit of the suspect, and I follow Madland to make sure that he's got a team member there to back him.
As the suspect races through backyard after backyard, a police helicopter tracks him and makes a dangerous discovery.
Air unit advised both of us that the suspect had a firearm.
LeBlanc races to catch up. He's about 50 yards away from Madland.
As I'm running and closing the distance, I hear gunfire.
2 shots ring out.
I thought the gunfire was directed at me.
Freeze!
LeBlanc finally catches up and finds Madland wrestling with the suspect.
I see the suspect's actually leaned up with a firearm in his hand, pointing at Officer Madland's head, like he's gonna execute him.
He has no choice.
I have my weapon out, and I neutralize the suspect.
That's when LeBlanc realizes Madland has been shot.
Madland stands up for a short moment and then collapses.
911 emergency. Oh my God, there's a guy. He's got a gun. Is he inside or outside? He's outside in our backyard. There's a helicopter around. Oh my God, I don't know if they got him. I think they're shooting.
Mike!
Madland has been shot twice. His bulletproof vest stopped the first. The second is in his right leg.
Down. Shots fired, I repeat. Officer down.
The entire pant leg was saturated with blood. You could see him fading. You know, there was really no expression. All the color had changed from his face, and, you know, he was just gasping for air. The only thing that was going through my mind was, we can't have one of our team members die like this. It's not gonna happen.
I need you guys 10-8 for code 3, 2128.
Dispatch 479, we copy the call. We're en route. We were probably about maybe less than a minute away from the call, so we head that way.
You can do all sorts of scenarios in your head, but you really don't know what's going to happen or what you find until you actually show up.
It was just chaos. There was a black car that was halfway in the street, halfway on the sidewalk. You had tons of police officer cars around, and we had one officer flagging us in.
In the backyard, there are cops everywhere. Blood everywhere. A lifeless body of a man, and Officer Madland is bleeding from a bullet wound to his leg.
As soon as I looked at him and I seen the color of his skin, I was just like, okay, this is real.
Madland is 31 and a 3-year veteran of the force. He's married and has a 3-year-old son.
Just by the amount of blood that there was, I was thinking that it hit an artery in his leg.
Stay with me, man.
I was holding his head, talking with him, trying to keep him awake and alert.
Stay with me, Mike. Come on.
Just reminding him, you know, hey, you got to pull through this. Think of your wife. Think of your kids.
Stay with me, man. Get some pressure on that. We'll get you stitched up, buddy. Stay with me, Mike. Come on.
We can't let him die. We can't let him die.
We immediately put a trauma dressing on there, wrapped it up, and made sure that nothing bled through. It did bleed through a couple times, and we just added more trauma dressings to the wound.
Mike is bleeding to death, and there's nothing they can do to stop it.
We delayed the bleeding. The only thing that could stop it was surgery.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
It's only a 6-mile drive to University Medical Center, where a trauma team is activated and waiting.
I got a paint pulse.
But Officer Madland may not even make it that far.
Everybody's familiar with like a liter soda bottle. So we have about 6 to 7 of those in the body, and he lost one of those liters of soda. He started to decompensate a little. Blood pressure was low, pulse rate was extremely high.
They're losing him.
Guys, hold on back there. And there was officers in front of us, there was officers in back of us. We had a helicopter on top of us. And the unit is like shaking. My heart is pounding. I'm like gunning it as much as I can. And I don't want that to be the story, the headline. You know, AMR unit breaks down on the freeway with critical officer in the back.
All right, you're making a right turn.
The whole time I'm just yelling to them, you know, directions. I'm going left, I'm going right. I don't know how much stuff they got done in the back with all the driving.
Trauma surgeon Dr. Terry Lewis is on duty when the ambulance pulls in.
They were coming fast. They hadn't done a lot of other care. This is a case of load and go.
One single GSW to the right femur. Tag me at 160 BP 70 on 50. Let's go on 2 large 4 IV.
In the resuscitation bay, things take a turn for the worse.
Eyes rolled back.
His BP's tanky.
He was unconscious.
He's coding.
Arrested on arrival. That right away is, we're in trouble.
No pulse. Everybody clear.
In Las Vegas, doctors fight to save the life of Officer Mike Madland. He's gone into cardiac arrest from a gunshot wound.
The immediate concern with somebody that's exsanguinated to the point of a cardiac arrest is that this is probably a femoral artery or femoral vein injury. Half of them die at the scene, half of them die in the first 24 hours.
As doctors try to restart Mike's heart, his wife gets the call no one wants.
I got a phone call from one of his friends on the department. He told me that Mike was shot and I need to get to UMC. There was probably just like 100 things racing through my mind. I felt like I could barely, I was shaking a lot.
Everybody clear. Go home.
300, 300.
In the trauma unit, doctors work to restart Mike's heart, at the same time pumping him with blood just to keep him alive.
Once the heart stops, you got to circulate that fluid to keep the brain activity going and everything.
Everybody clear.
Mike's heart comes back to life,
Yeah, pulse.
but they still need to stop the bleeding.
If you lift your finger up, the blood would shoot up out of the wound again.
If it is the femoral artery, there's only one way to stop the bleeding.
This was an immediate go to the operating room situation.
Getting to the damaged artery means going around the bullet wound.
You make incisions up and down from the hole to gain exposure to the artery. The concept is to gain control of the bleeding vessel above and below the hole.
Clamps pinch off the artery and cut off the blood flow.
We're ready for the vascular repair.
Then everybody calms down, slows down, take a breath, and you can then organize the repair of the vessel.
Okay, let's have a look.
The bullet has torn through a good chunk of Mike's artery.
Sometimes that may be worse than if it was totally cut in half, because if a blood vessel is totally cut in half, it will tend to withdraw and constrict, and sometimes that will slow down the blood loss. If it has a tangential cut like this, the vessel's held open and continues to bleed.
It's no easy fix. All his family and fellow officers can do is wait. "8 hours and 80 units of blood later, Mike is wheeled out of surgery. He's still clinging to life. Toxins have built up in his leg from the lack of circulation. He could go into shock at any moment.
Even after the repair, he would be watched very carefully in intensive care to make sure that he wasn't going to have complications related to reestablishing that circulation.
Our medication's going in.
Mike is put in a medically induced coma to give his body time to recover.
Yeah, cycle. Perfect.
The first time that I saw him, they brought me back and it didn't really look like him. He was very, very swollen. He was on a ventilator. I was just really scared that he might not make it. I just try to stay positive, hope for the best.
A setback. Mike develops compartment syndrome. Pressure builds up in the leg, killing blood vessels and reducing blood flow to a trickle. He goes back into surgery.
And he required an extensive fasciotomy, or a cut of the skin and the muscles of his leg, because of the pressure that was building up in his leg. These incisions allow the leg to swell so that it doesn't shut off the circulation.
His legs got infected a couple times. He had to go back and forth to surgery. And I remember they were just talking about how he might lose his leg.
After the leg swelling was better controlled, he had to have those wounds reclosed. So he ended up with a couple of trips back to the operating room to complete the repair of the leg.
After 8 days in a coma, after 5 operations, after losing almost half the blood in his body, Officer Mike Madland wakes up.
You hear all the medical machines beeping, and I just felt like I was being gagged, but it was the actual breathing tube that was helping me breathe. I actually was able to free one of my hands and actually rip the breathing tube out.
His family, his fellow officers, and all of Las Vegas breathe a sigh of relief.
I spent every day after the shooting down there. I was with his wife, his little ones, his family.
Mike remains in intensive care. And then something no one saw coming.
The nurses were giving me a bath.
Oh, that feels weird.
I just felt like a warm feeling on my backside, like almost like I was a child and I had wet myself.
The repair to his artery has burst.
He's had an arterial repair and now he's got this bleeding from the site. There isn't any diagnosis workup. You just need to find out where the leak is.
If surgeons don't find that leak, Mike Madland could lose his leg, or worse.
You can bleed to death from that just as well as the initial injury.
At UMC, the repair to Officer Mike Madland's gunshot wound has burst. Doctors perform an emergency bypass, rerouting the blood from his femoral artery. Then they use a graft from another leg vein to repair it.
That was probably the scariest moment, because we'd already gone through all these procedures and the happiness of being reunited with your family, and to lose it now would just be a travesty.
I thought we lost you there for a minute.
The second repair holds. Mike recovers, but faces months of rehab, including relearning to walk.
I just wanted to go back to work. That's the question that I posed to all the surgeons and doctors that came in and saw me, and everyone's telling me, I don't know, I don't know.
Mike is awarded the Purple Heart for being wounded in the line of duty. 11 months after the shooting, he gets his wish and returns to the Las Vegas police force.
This was the defining moment. Just a regular work day, but that was special to me.
He was motivated to return to what he did and what he loves to do. That's what I love to do, is make people like him be able to go back to doing what they like to do.
I definitely think that the hands of God were on the medical staff and everyone that had a hand in taking care of me that night.
You know, he's our miracle. Just made us stronger as a family after all this.
There's more to Las Vegas than gambling and nightlife. Outside the Strip, people take to the mountains for the thrill of ziplining across Bootleg Canyon.
Zip lines were on top of the mountain, which looked over the entire city. It was very pretty.
People also like a good adrenaline rush while they're in Vegas, and we were definitely there for that.
26-year-old Kevin Johnson and his best buddy Chris Dunkel left California and headed to Sin City to work as zipline guides.
It just sounded like a really good idea to go, and we were young and had a lot of life in front of us.
It's a dream job for two single guys.
I think it was fun in a lot of ways because of all the people you were able to socialize with. People go there for vacation and they want to go all out and party.
Zipline by day, promote the business, and party by night.
We went to a lot of the hotels, we went to a lot of the pools. Some of the customers would give their hotel cards to us.
We would also tell them about, hey, we work at this great zip line.
Yeah, there were a lot of girls, but, you know, we were just young and single, and we just had a lot of good times.
This fall morning is no exception. The guys start the day on a routine shift, running tourists across the canyon.
Yeah! A lot of people were scared when they went up. They're paying a good amount of money, so while you're ziplining, you want to keep them entertained, and there's a lot of things you got to put into it.
Yeah, dude. Chris guides the first group.
When I was getting off the zip line, we were walking up to the next launch with our group, and Kevin and the other guide were coming in. No one really saw what happened. We looked back, and Kevin's feet were kind of brushing off the edge of the deck. And at that point, we noticed he wasn't clipped in.
It's a nightmarish sight. Holding on only with his hands, Kevin dangles 80 feet above the canyon floor.
He was rolling back out on the line, and Kevin's just standing up there with his arms completely hanging.
Chris and the others desperately try to pull him back in.
So we have these long sticks which you would use to clean pools with. So one of the guys grabbed one of those and did this long reach for him, and Kevin had his feet out and he just barely touched it with his toes.
And then, the unthinkable.
I saw him just drop.
"20 miles from the Vegas Strip, a scene of horror. Zipline guide Kevin Johnson dangles unclipped 80 feet above Bootleg Canyon.
And he was actually smiling, but I think it was the fact that he realized I'm screwed. And that was really hard to watch. I thought he was dead. Well, at first, it was all reaction. It was very steep, and there's a lot of rocks.
Kevin!
We got down there super fast. I've done tons and tons of first aid classes and never really had to do anything. But we rolled him over and he wasn't breathing. He had this giant gash on his head, and I swabbed him out and took this huge gasp of air. And he's like he just came to. So one of the other guys goes up and gets cell reception and calls 911.
911, police, fire, medical.
Copy, Mercy 7 out.
An air ambulance lifts off from Las Vegas.
As soon as something comes down, we immediately change our mode from eating lunch and watching TV to, okay, time to go to work.
I was holding one hand. He wasn't awake or anything like that. He was just breathing really hard, but sometimes his breath would go out. I'd scream and try to wake him up a little.
The crowd above watches helplessly until one woman answers his screams.
She said, "I'm a nurse, I can help." And so they flew her down the zip line, they got her off, and she walked down, and she brought first aid kit.
What's his name?
It's Kevin.
I remember telling her, I'm like, I can't feel my leg, because I was pinned between a rock and Kevin's head, and I was kind of holding up his body as straight as possible. So she says, you should talk to him, because he can hear you, and when you hear him like stop breathing, that was really hard.
All right, Kevin, stay with us, stay with us.
She finally took hold of his head, and I was able to get up, and then I called Kevin's mom. I'm surprised I even had her number.
It was Chris. He said, Margaret, Kevin fell. You need to come to Vegas right away. And it just didn't register. It didn't make sense. We're trying to get the paramedics here. And he goes, I gotta go. Then I started to shake.
7 minutes later, they arrive at Bootleg Canyon.
Located the patient almost immediately.
There! Hey!
With every minute that passes, Kevin's chances of survival go down.
Couple orbits looking around for a good place for us to land the helicopter. With a little bit of maneuvering, we were able to land as close to the patient as we could possibly get.
24 minutes after the 911 call, paramedics finally get to Kevin, but it may be too late.
There was no other neurological response, so he wasn't following commands. So at that point, we knew that there was probably a head injury.
Pretty good shot.
He had open fractures on his lower legs. His tib, fib, the two lower bones of your leg had penetrated through his boots. Basically cut his shoes in half.
Thank you very much. Hold on to that.
They put all these pads on him, and they all came off because there's blood everywhere.
All right, I'll go ahead and start a line for you right now.
We were focused on the priority, which was maintaining his airway, keeping his airway open.
All right, we'll put a tourniquet around your arm, poke your arm, okay? We'll give you an IV.
We knew we were going to have a rough time with him. He wasn't breathing effectively, but we knew that we just needed to secure him, make sure that he was safe, and get him back to the helicopter.
3, roll.
It is traumatic and it does affect you. During the call, you just gotta be professional.
1, 2, 3, up.
Now, they have to carry a severely injured 180-pound young man down a rocky slope in 85-degree heat.
That costs us time.
Precious time they don't have because he's struggling to breathe.
Nothing. Open your eyes.
Anytime somebody has to be intubated, you know they're in a really bad shape.
Yeah. All right, we're in. Good to go. See Trauma Mercy 7. Trauma Mercy 7, we're at the facility, about 7 minutes out. Coming from the Boulder City zip line, we've got a 20-year-old male.
It's a 7-minute journey to University Medical Center in Las Vegas. Trauma surgeon Dr. Michael Casey and his team are standing by.
80-foot fall is a pretty significant distance. You reach 50 and 100 feet, it's usually considered a pretty serious injury.
Kevin is a full trauma case, which means everyone, specialists, anesthesia, the OR, everyone responds to the call. But it may already be too late.
You increase the death rate if you don't treat them within the first hour. That's why trauma's called it the golden hour. Like Kevin was in the field for 2 hours. His golden hour is gone.
Kevin is dying before their eyes.
Unequal breath sounds. He had a lot of things going on. His lung had collapsed on one side. We had to put a tube in to reinflate his lung.
Kevin landed feet first. His legs are almost unrecognizable.
Okay, he was bleeding from his lower extremities pretty badly. His one leg was nearly cut off. The bones were out, the muscles were cut. It was just hung on by a piece of skin. The other leg, when I took his boot off, bones fell out of his shoe.
And there are other injuries they can't see.
There's always a fear that someone falls a distance, they break their neck, they break their spine, and they become a paraplegic or a quadriplegic.
Although there are multiple breaks and fractures throughout Kevin's body, miraculously, his spine is intact.
If he'd landed flat on his back, those rocks would have penetrated his chest and probably killed him. But the fact that he landed on kind of his feet, ankles, and butt kind of decreased the energy away from the rest of the body.
Still, the scan shows a multitude of injuries.
The injuries he's dying from in front of us were the bleeding from his limbs and the bleeding from his abdomen.
There's only one option: surgery.
As a trauma surgeon, my job is to stop the bleeding. We had to take him to the OR to take out his spleen, fix the bleeding in different places.
Orthopedic surgeon Dr. Eugene Libby is standing by.
Kevin Johnson was one of the more severe cases of open trauma to both lower extremities that I've seen in my career. His chances of survival were slim.
In Las Vegas, trauma doctors are fighting to save Kevin Johnson's life. He fell 80 feet from a zip line.
The bandages were soaked with blood. Really had a hard time making heads or tails of his anatomy. It just looked like ground hamburger. I knew I was going to be dealing with some massive problems in his legs.
Dr. Libby spends 2 hours trying to stop the bleeding and put Kevin's legs back together again.
I washed out his right leg wounds, closed them, and then put the provisional external fixator on his right leg. It's mainly to hold basic alignment. You're basically trying to make something that's a leg look like a leg instead of a pile of jello.
Clamp, please.
Dr. Libby thinks Kevin's right leg has a good chance of recovering. His left leg, a different story.
The artery, nerve, and vein from his distal leg down through his ankle and foot was not only lacerated into 2 different pieces, but it was shredded. I did not want to amputate the young man's leg right at that time. You know, as anything, we all feel horrible. I wanted to get other consultations with fellow physicians for them to put in their opinion.
But Kevin's problems don't end there. He has a bleed on his brain. The pressure inside his skull is building, which could kill him. They put him into a coma and take him to the ICU.
We put in a device called an intracranial pressure monitor. So I did it right there in the intensive care unit. It involves making a little tiny incision in the skull, drill a hole through the skull with a hand drill, very similar to what you might find at the hardware store. And then through that device, we pass that little tiny fiber optic lead. And the other end gets hooked into the machine, the monitor, and we can see what the pressure is.
After 5 hours of surgery, doctors finally talked to Kevin's family and friends.
They said, we don't know if he's gonna live or he's gonna die.
They just kept saying, he's very, very sick. And I thought, sick's an illness. He's mangled, he's torn up, he's a mess. I would not allow myself to think he was gonna die.
Kevin's progress is slow. It's not a good sign. Dr. Libby makes a bold decision.
He's had massive head injuries, abdominal injuries, pelvic bleeding, transfusions. We know as physicians that down the road it's going to take a lot of energy to heal his body overall, and it will take a lot of energy to heal his left leg if we were able to salvage it. And so I took him back to surgery and amputated his left leg.
I mean, it's such a helpless feeling. We weren't doctors, and we had to, all of our trust was in their hands.
Those of us that were there kind of clung onto each other, and we got through that day. And then came the next day, and the next day.
The surgery pays off. Kevin's body is now healing faster, and the swelling in his brain has stopped. But he remains in a coma.
I just kept rubbing Kevin's arm and his head and talking to him like we were, you know, we're all here. We're all with you.
I sincerely believe patients hear us. I think they don't process and don't have memories, but I think that we still have to talk to them. And I think people, even in a coma, need to be talked to.
A person's level of anxiety can contribute to his ability to resist.
Maybe all that talking paid off, because one day, after 3 weeks in a coma, Kevin opens his eyes.
He's opening his eyes. Kevin?
And we all were like, oh my God, he's alive. He's alive, he's under there.
Take your time, take your time.
That was kind of the beginning of his awakening. Every day, a little bit more.
Okay.
Kevin.
I was just thinking, oh, wow, this is a crazy dream. I gotta get out of here.
It's your dad. It's your
After
dad.
5 weeks at UMC, Kevin is transferred to a rehab center in San Diego. There, he becomes aware of the full extent of his injuries. He has a long road of recovery ahead.
I knew how severe it was, but I knew that I was going to be okay. I just instilled that in my mind. I'm going to be fine.
Kevin's right leg is still the most severely injured. Over the next year, he fights to keep it, but infections and more surgery in the future bring him to a turning point. He decides to amputate his one remaining leg. It's a courageous decision.
Once I amputated the leg, I felt tremendously better. I was really able to recover from my injury and begin, because that was able to get me more active. I changed my diet, I changed everything, and I'm even healthier than I was before my injury. I definitely know that.
It's a miraculous story of survival and determination. A story he's compelled to share.
I could use this injury as a crutch for the rest of my life and sit around and collect disability and play video games or something like that, but that was never me in the first place.
Kevin now reaches out to other amputees to let them know there is hope.
Let me say, it feels great to be walking up here because this is something very new for me. when I could really grasp hope and see it in other people's eyes, that's one of the most powerful feelings.
When things like this happen, you never know how you're going to react, and you just keep moving forward. We have our son, and he's a bigger, better version. Yeah, he's amazing.
There's not enough things that I will ever be able to say to the people that helped save me, from the paramedics to the nurses, doctors, family. I love all of them for what they've done.
The Las Vegas culture lends itself to a place where people come to let go, to lose their inhibitions.
Whatever happens in Vegas usually ends up at UMC. And a lot of times it starts out with, hey, hold my beer.
We got an emergency situation here. We have a saying in trauma surgery, everyone's stable until they're not.
Hey, you call a cab?
As soon as I saw the gun, I hit the gas.
They were trying to kill him.
Help, I just been shot.
He noticed that the Rolex watch, worth $35,000, was missing. It wasn't your typical snatch and grab.
Oh my God, we had a motorcycle accident out in the desert.
And he had phenomenal injuries when he came in.
We probably have an hour left with my dad.
You're sitting on a time bomb waiting to go off. You're hoping you can get to it or defuse it before it does go off.
Fire medical.
Excuse us.
911, what is your emergency?
Sin City has it all. Booze, drugs, money, and celebrities. And everything that comes with it.
I've seen some crazy things happen in this town. All sorts of people get in trouble here, from celebrities, NFL players, to your average person.
Every day there's something new that I can't explain, I've never seen, or ridiculous stories that you only hear about on television that you think would never exist, and then you happen to run into that case in your department.
This is one of those cases.
Kenneth Harold came to Las Vegas for what he described as both business and pleasure.
In the import-export business.
It's such a coincidence.
In the hotel bar, he makes a new friend, Christina.
How long are you in Vegas for?
After an hour of chit-chat and drinks, Christina agrees to come up to his room and give him a massage.
Oh.
Here goes her.
Let me relax you.
Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, that's good.
At some point, she asked him to remove his very expensive Rolex watch worth $35,000. He put it on the floor because he wanted to keep it in his eyesight.
But at some point during the massage, Kenneth gets distracted.
Hold on a second. Where's my watch? Oh, it was right there.
The watch was missing, and it was nowhere to be found.
No, hold on a second. There's something not right here.
Kenneth accuses her of stealing the watch, but she has no place to hide it.
Where would I put the watch?
He immediately called Wynn Security.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You need to stay here until we resolve this. Please have a seat.
She flat out denies stealing the watch.
I am sorry. Uncomfortable here.
Then something happens. She complains of not feeling well. She says her stomach hurts.
Do not. This is getting really painful.
As the situation threatens to spiral out of control, security dials 911.
How did the watch get missing from his room?
He had a female in the room. She's still here. We actually have her in here, and she's claiming she doesn't have it.
She's not combative?
She was. I actually had to put her in cuffs because she was trying to run out.
Hurts!
I hear her screaming, so I guess I better go.
While hotel security detains the woman, Vegas detectives arrive and search the room for the Rolex.
Right away, actually.
And they couldn't find the watch anywhere.
There's nobody else in here.
Detectives suspect Kenneth is the victim of a scam known as a trick roll.
A lot of our potential victims that are in Las Vegas come with large amounts of cash because they are here to gamble and have a good time.
It's a big trade show town where, we're number 1 or 2 in the country. Guys come here, married guys, they meet the girls at the bar. A girl will take a guy up to his room, make him feel at ease to try to get their guard down and not even have sex with him yet. When she finds enough valuables, she'll take those valuables and she'll bolt out the door. They don't realize these girls will steal anything that's not nailed down if they can get away with it. And normally the guy will not call security because obviously he doesn't want to get in trouble back home or with his company.
I think the slogan, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, sort of creates a mentality that encourages a certain amount of excess and debauchery.
Prostitution can be very competitive. In the past, you may have been able to get a few $100s for a simple act of sex, has now turned into competition for potentially thousands of dollars worth of merchandise and cash. If a girl can get into a room where those kinds of things may be laying around and readily available.
Called Metro. They're going to be here in a few moments. Are you sure you don't know where it is?
After questioning by hotel security, she admits she does have the watch. And she's hidden it in an unusual spot.
Christina Lefebvre. It's in her vagina.
Strange as it seems, Vegas police have seen this before.
It's usually in cases where they need to have a quick hiding place for either materials that are taken during a criminal act. The fact that it's disgusting is actually part of the value of those types of hiding spots because they know it's not a place that we typically want to go poking around in.
The benefit, however you want to look at it, to a vagina is that it's a pouch. And if it's small enough and their vagina is big enough, put whatever up there you choose.
Christina Lefebvre is arrested. She says she tried to remove the watch herself, but it's stuck.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you
What started as a robbery is now a medical problem as well.
So they could actually potentially tear a hole in the vagina, which then leads into their abdomen. So that can absolutely happen.
A detective takes Christina to University Medical Center. Because the Rolex is stolen property, this isn't your typical medical emergency.
In this case, a search warrant had to be obtained in order to retrieve property that was put in a very private spot.
Part of what police were doing is making sure the chain of custody is maintained and that the evidence can be effectively used in court by prosecutors.
Christina tries one last time to remove the Rolex herself.
It was so far up there, and probably the bulkiness of the watch itself prevented it from being removed without medical assistance.
It's not the first time UMC has dealt with similar cases.
I've seen jewelry, credit cards, money, spoons, knives, forks. I've seen PVC piping that people have made their own sexual toys. I've seen metal rods, highball glasses, and light bulbs, candles. This to me was probably one of my favorite. It was a shower head still connected to the piping that the shower head connects to.
And a favorite in Vegas? Gaming chips. The big money ones.
The girls goes right in there, takes those chips, and if they're caught or they feel like they're going to be captured, they will place them in an orifice. They'll do whatever they can to hide that object.
I actually really get a kick out of some of these cases because they are unique, and I'm not super specific with my friends and colleagues, but let's just say I have some of the best stories of any dinner party I ever attend.
The medical implications can be serious.
And they wait till they're sick, which could be fevers, chills, or they perforate.
A judge sends a search warrant to the hospital, but medical staff still needs a patient's permission.
Christine, is it?
I normally explain to the patient, I have nothing to do legally, I'm just here to help you out because I'm worried about your health and your condition.
Christina agrees to the internal search. The first step is to x-ray her abdomen. And there it is, the $35,000 presidential Rolex watch. Now, how to get it out? Because the watch is evidence, a police officer is present while Christina is examined.
Okay, just feeling around here.
It's a very uncomfortable situation to be placed in as an officer, but the nature of our jobs as first responders, we're many times placed in that situation.
Doctors use an instrument called a speculum. Because the watch is stuck, they don't want to cause any damage in removing it.
So a speculum's plastic or metal, kind of looks like a duck bill. It opens up so you can get a nice look into the vagina itself. You can look for tears, injuries, or foreign bodies.
The watch is bulky, with lots of edges, but there's no sign it's damaged the lining of her vagina.
Let's see where it is.
The next step?
Okay.
Retrieving the evidence.
Sorry, am I hurting you? A little bit. Okay.
Anything with sharp edges could actually potentially tear a hole in the vagina, which then leads into their abdomen. A tear in the vagina could cause seeding of bacteria into the belly, which could then spread systemically throughout your whole entire system, which could lead to something we call sepsis, which that itself could lead to death.
In Las Vegas, medical staff at UMC are trying to remove a stolen $35,000 Rolex watch lodged in a woman's vagina.
Anything with sharp edges is definitely dangerous from a standpoint of perforation, injury to the vagina, rectum.
All right.
She tried to remove it herself, but it's stuck.
Seeing light bulbs and things of that sort where once they shatter, and those folks would probably more likely require surgical removal.
Just stuck a little bit. Okay, I got it. Another big breath. Okay, I'm just going to pull the speculum out. And there's your watch.
Months later, 26-year-old Christina Lefebvre, now a blonde, appears in court for a preliminary hearing.
She was going to give me a massage for $300.
Okay. Kenneth Harold testified at the hearing. He actually wore the $35,000 presidential Rolex to the courthouse. I just had to think to myself, how many times did he wash it?
Isn't it true that you offered your watch as payment for sex?
No way.
Isn't it true that you...
Mr. Harold looked embarrassed to be there. He was clearly blushing. His face was red. He seemed nervous on the stand.
Christina is accused of grand larceny and possession of stolen property. Both are felonies that could land her with some serious prison time.
I always tell a lot of these young girls that come to my office, the two things you can't get out of in life is being pregnant, having a kid, and getting a felony. You get a felony, you're never going to work again a regular job. It's going to really tie down your life.
At her trial, her lawyer is able to plea bargain for a lesser charge.
Christina Lefebvre pled guilty to one felony count of possession of stolen property. Prosecutors dropped the other charge of grand larceny against her.
It was pretty painless. She wasn't going to have to go to jail or pay a big fine. You know these prostitutes, they never change.
Well, no, I don't.
This one has changed.
I'll trust you on that, Mr. Rasmussen.
They rarely change, Your Honor. I can tell you that I've done this a long time. This one's changed. I didn't think it would happen.
At the end of the trial, the judge asks Christina what she wants to do with her life.
I would love to be a massage therapist.
Okay.
A young massage therapist.
For Christina, it's as happy an ending as anyone could hope for.
She's a bright young girl, very attractive, very ambitious. She's educated. She does have some certificates in the medical field, and she could do a lot of things with her life. I think she got wrapped into this, unfortunately, and Lefebvre has actually entered into a rehabilitation center for prostitutes here in town and has, from what I've heard, changed her life around 180 degrees and is one of the very few success stories.
Vegas wouldn't be Vegas without taxis. With so much to see and do along that 5-mile strip, cabbies are an essential part of the Vegas experience.
I've been coming to Las Vegas since the late 70s. I needed a 24-hour town. That's all there is to it. I'd like to be able to wake up at 4 in the morning and go eat a steak. There's nothing like it in this world. No doubt about it.
Frank O'Grady is one of the 9,500 cabbies in Sin City.
It was the easiest way to go to get out on the street. I never did like being in an office.
For Frank, it's the best way to enjoy Las Vegas.
The taxi authority claims this is one of the safest cities in the nation to be a cab driver. 9 out of 10 people are great.
But the 10th can be a killer.
3917, Copper Stone.
It's Frank's first call of the shift, Copperstone Court, a residential area a few miles off the strip.
Check. Put in my GPS and head on up there. And it was a cul-de-sac.
Like most Vegas cabbies, Frank has security cameras in his taxi.
It was a well-maintained street. I mean, all the addresses were lit up on the houses. So I got to the bottom of it, and there was a kid sitting on a utility box.
Hey, you call a cab?
Yeah, that's me.
I said, okay, come on, let's go. So he walks up to the car. He says, well, my uncle's inside the house. I'm gonna go get him. While I'm inside, do you want me to get you water?
I'm inside for some water.
You want some water or something?
No, no thanks.
Sure?
Yeah.
Anything?
No. And with that, I heard something behind me. I turned, and I got an automatic pointed at my head. As soon as I saw the gun, I hit the gas.
The gunman gets off 5 shots. A simple pickup is now a deadly shooting.
And I knew something hit me, and just put my head down and gunned it.
Dispatch, dispatch. Help, I just been shot. Help, help.
I didn't really hear the gunshots, to be quite honest with you. I just knew I was hit, and I was bleeding.
Stay with us, Frank. We'll get someone there as soon as we can.
Gasping for breath, Frank dials 911.
911, police, fire, medical.
I just been shot. I'm an 8 cab driver. I'm at Cheyenne in North 5th. I'm headed for the truck stop.
Okay, can you stop where you are so we can find you?
I just been shot.
I understand.
Just kept saying that. I'm going to the truck stop, Morton's truck stop. I've been shot. That's where I'm going.
Morton's truck stop is a familiar spot for cabbies and truckers in Vegas. Police and the fire department are already on their way.
I was shot to the left side.
Left side? Do you know who shot you?
Well, I looked out into the distance. I saw the lights from the truck stop. I don't know how I did it, to be honest with you. I'm talking on the microphone. I got the phone in the other hand, and I'm driving down the street.
Even more incredible is what Frank does next.
So I stopped, actually waited for the light at Cheyenne and 5th, because Cheyenne's a very fast street.
Like right now, I'm pulling into Morton.
Okay, you're pulling into Morton?
I'm at the pump.
You're, okay.
I'm pulling in.
Okay, stay where you are. Stay in your vehicle, okay? What is your name?
My name's Frank.
Frank? Okay. Frank, just stay with me, okay? Just stay on the phone with me, Frank.
It's a life and death situation as a Vegas cab driver, ambushed and shot in the back, tries to drive himself to safety.
Okay.
Stay on the phone with me, okay?
I'm bleeding badly.
I understand.
There was a lot of blood. I could feel myself slipping away.
I'm losing it.
The 911 dispatcher calls for the nearest ambulance. Incredibly, one is parked right next to the truck stop.
I was really shocked when they told us that the call was on the exact corner that we were on. He was probably 15, 20 yards away. He was kind of slumped over, and I know he was holding his chest. My partner went up, and he cut his shirt off, and we saw his bullet holes right away.
It looks like he's taken 3 bullets, 2 to his shoulder and the other to his stomach.
On the back of his shoulder?
We got him buckled up, we got him into the ambulance, and just then, that's when the fire department pulled up.
Hey, I got him here.
Bullets are unpredictable. It's hard to say where they're gonna go. It could have bounced around. It could have hit any organ in his chest cavity.
Frank, how you feeling?
He could probably have a collapsed lung because he was shot in that area.
Frank has lost a lot of blood. There's no telling if he'll live or die.
Take a deep breath in for me, Frank.
He had that pale, ashen gray look. We're listening to his lungs. We're making sure that he's moving air like he should.
It's an 8-minute drive to University Medical Center, where Dr. Casey Thomas and his team are standing by.
It's a rare night, especially on the weekends, that you don't get at least one gunshot wound. We always think of it as the Strip and it's fun and an adult playground kind of, but Vegas has its nasty areas off the Strip. We see a lot of stabbings and shootings here in Las Vegas. Whenever someone's a victim of penetrating trauma, either a stab wound or a gunshot wound, the biggest thing we're fighting against is time.
Multiple GSWs. He's got 2 to the left thoracic. Okay, let's get him up on the gurney. Hi, Frank. I'm Dr. Casey. How are you?
He was conversant and seemed more angry than worried about what was happening.
Thoracic. Scoot your butt. Oh, okay.
Dr. Thomas confirms 3 bullet holes. One in his left shoulder, one in his lower back, and one in his stomach below the ribs.
Okay. It hurts right here, right?
Oh, yeah. In this area, it's particularly dangerous because there's a lot of organs there that he could bleed to death from.
Only a CAT scan can show the damage that's been done.
I noticed that Frank was actively bleeding from his liver and his spleen.
Dr. Thomas stops the scan, and Frank is rushed into emergency surgery.
With the amount of hemorrhage Mr. O'Grady had, he lost up to about half of his blood volume.
They have to stop the bleeding, or Frank won't even make it through surgery.
We do a classic maneuver that trauma surgeons do to control bleeding. We take OR sponges, we pack each quadrant to the abdomen, putting pressure on any of the organs that might be bleeding.
Frank's spleen is bleeding heavily into his stomach. Dr. Thomas decides to remove it.
The spleen is an organ that filters the blood and filters out certain types of bacteria and helps prevent infection. We worry about taking the spleen out and what their consequences down the road will be. However, bleeding always trumps what happens down the road.
I think we're ready to suture.
Once Dr. Thomas removes the spleen, he turns his attention to stitching the bullet holes in Frank's stomach.
His stomach contains bacteria and gastric acid and digestive enzymes that the rest of the organs in the abdomen really aren't meant to be exposed to.
Need to find the source of the bleeding?
Aside from the bleeding component, now we have the risk of infection and even sepsis.
Just keep packing the abdomen. I think there's something here.
He finds more internal damage. A collapsed lung, the result of the bullet hitting his diaphragm.
The diaphragm is a muscle that helps you breathe. It's located between the chest and the abdomen. And when a bullet comes in through the flank, you can injure both the diaphragm, the lung, as well as intra-abdominal organs. We placed a chest tube into his left chest to help re-expand his lung, and I repaired the diaphragm with suture.
As for the bullets, Dr. Thomas leaves them where they are.
Unlike what you see in the TV shows, we don't always go digging bullets out. You end up causing more damage than it does just by leaving it there.
More clamp, please, nurse.
Frank O'Grady is placed in the ICU. The next 24 hours are critical. In the meantime, Frank's attackers are still on the loose.
Anytime you shoot a firearm, shoot a handgun at somebody, it's pretty clear what your intent is.
Armed and dangerous, they could be anywhere.
You've got a large transient population that comes into town, not only on the Strip and downtown, but everywhere in the valley.
Police all over Vegas are on alert. Based on the dash cam, detectives know 2 men were involved in the ambush.
Help, I just been shot.
The trajectory of the bullet path was in through the driver's side window and in through the back of the headrest on the driver's side where Mr. O'Grady was seated. They were trying to kill him.
Searching for leads, the police processed the scene where it all began.
We had tire tracks and tread marks that he was coming into the cul-de-sac and then made a rapid U-turn to flee the area. There was broken glass, cartridge casings, or spent shell casings from a semi-automatic firearm.
Frank's 911 call gives them a vital clue, one that breaks the case wide open.
One guy was sitting on a utility box.
Our CSIs developed a partial palm print that they were able to take a lift of, and we ended up getting a hit that identified a suspect.
The print belongs to 19-year-old Quincy Lovett of Las Vegas. Frank O'Grady is on the mend and able to talk to police.
I was getting ready to leave and they came in. They brought me to, they call it a 6-pack, 6 pictures, and I picked the kid out.
One guy was sitting in a utility box.
Frank identifies Lovett.
Just came out of nowhere.
A few days later, police arrest his accomplice, 18-year-old Jarvis Williams. Both are convicted of premeditated robbery and are serving 4 to 12 years in prison.
They tried to kill another guy up on the north side, and they took a shot at him, but they missed.
To this day, no one is sure of the motive.
They never asked for any money. I returned, I saw the gun, and they started shooting. If I didn't hit the gas that split second, I'd be dead. I was lucky, damn lucky.
Frank was pretty lucky. If he would have gone someplace that didn't have surgeons on call or was not a well-equipped trauma center, he certainly could have bled to death.
He's what I'd call a salty old guy. He seemed like a guy that had, been around the block a few times. His instinct for self-preservation was right on point.
Oh.
He had the mental capacity to basically get out of that area, and he saved his own life.
It's a night he won't forget, and he has a souvenir to remind him.
I thought it was a scab at first, but it was the bullet working its way out of my shoulder. I took a shower, and one day, and the towel hit it, and it popped right out. But I mean, I still got it at home. It was a pretty good-sized slug. Apparently, it was in a bad location somehow. The doctor didn't go into detail, but they said, we'll work its way out. And sure enough, it did 30 days later.
Frank's brush with death hasn't shut him down. He's back driving his cab in the town he loves.
I can't be hanging around the house or hanging in the sports books drinking beer all day. I got to get back on the street and do some work. North Las Vegas police and the paramedics, they were there on the spot. They did a tremendous job. I was just damn lucky. Everybody was on the ball that night.
Las Vegas is the ultimate urban playground. But drive in any direction outside the city, and you'll find miles of desert. And some of the best off-road trails in the country. Especially for dirt bikers.
A lot of trauma in this desert. ATV accidents, motorcycles, rollovers, people driving too fast, people driving drunk and hitting people.
Yet the lure of the ride keeps the thrill seekers packing those trails. Like 52-year-old George Laws of Las Vegas. The Wells Fargo bank manager has been riding dirt bikes since his early 20s.
George did amateur motocross, and he was pretty good, but he did sustain injuries when he was younger. So, against my wishes, George had purchased his motorcycle, and he was excited about it.
His need for speed became a family affair.
Quad riding, dirt bike riding is a very popular family pastime that we like to do every other month or so.
It's Sunday morning, and George, his daughter Christina, and her husband Jeremiah head outside the city and hit the desert sands.
My dad has a dirt bike, we have a couple quads and a razor. We had decided to spend a little family time, enjoy the day and ride on our toys. Very rarely did we run into other people, which is why we enjoyed going out there.
Christina and her dad spend the time riding around on their quad.
I was driving, so that wasn't very much fun for him. I told him, it's getting late, I have to get home to the baby. And he said, let me have one more ride, and then we'll go.
So George heads out on his dirt bike for that one last ride. What do they say? On such tiny wheels, fate turns.
I never thought that he was gonna die.
While tourists get their kicks on the Vegas Strip, George Laws gets his riding his bike in the desert.
I saw a big cloud of dirt.
I don't think that looks right.
And I looked at my husband and I said, I don't think that's right.
On the other side of the ridge, a horrific sight. Christina's father lies motionless, pinned underneath his 250-pound dirt bike.
My husband, his first instinct was to just get it off.
His helmet is cracked and twisted. George is bleeding from his head, and he's not moving.
His breathing wasn't very good, and he was in pain. I can't even mimic the sound he was making, but I could tell that he wasn't doing well. It was just sheer panic, and just immediately called 911.
Okay, Medical. Oh my God, my dog's bleeding everywhere. We had a motorcycle accident out in the desert.
And who's bleeding?
My father.
Okay, is he awake?
He's making noise like he's in pain. He can't breathe. It's sideways to covering his
Listen
nose.
to me. Stop talking and listening, okay?
Hey,
Where
yes,
are
I'm
you?
sorry. I'm trying to figure that out.
I had to really calm myself down to try to figure out where I was and how to describe how to get there, because there was no address.
Okay, I'm gonna breathe. Okay, we go past Durango, past Mount Charleston, then there's another off-ramp. After that, there's a dirt road to the right. We're about a mile, maybe, down that dirt road.
It's a half-hour drive outside the city, in the middle of nowhere. For Christina and Jeremiah, it's an agonizing wait.
Oh, Daddy, just keep trying to breathe, okay?
I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until they get there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
As long as he's breathing and making noise, that's all that matters.
It was a terrifying moment not knowing what's going to happen and what to even do next.
Nothing you can do right now.
Okay.
Just hold his hand and tell him you're there. They're almost to the Paiute exit now,
okay? Oh, can you hurry up?
You're almost there, okay?
Oh.
It felt like forever for the paramedics to arrive.
Okay, I'm gonna help you.
Can you see the rescue, honey?
Yes, yes, I see them. Okay, come on, guys.
Right away, paramedics know George won't last the 35-mile drive to University Medical Center.
In my heart, I knew something was severely wrong. They had actually intubated him on the desert floor. The sounds that I was hearing were blood in my father's lungs. They had to life flight him out, or he would have no chance in surviving.
Paramedics radio for a helicopter to meet them at the closest main road.
We just got the call over the radio. Motorcycle down, one passenger. You don't really get a whole lot of information usually until, you get there.
My son-in-law was hysterical on the phone. He started screaming, "Dad is dead, Dad is dead. He crashed his bike, Dad's dead." I instantly was in disbelief, and I thought, this can't be. He's my whole world. He's this family's whole world. This is where my nightmare began.
On the ground, paramedics drive George off the dirt road to meet the helicopter.
Because we were quite a ways in and the helicopter could not land. By the time they had actually gotten to the main road, the helicopter was already there waiting. I knew the fact that they were there quick, that it was serious.
His vitals were terrible. His blood pressure was low. He wasn't breathing on his own. There's a good chance that he was gonna die.
3 minutes later, the chopper lifts off and heads to University Medical Center. Trauma surgeon Dr. Michael Casey is on duty this Sunday and activates the team.
We knew it was a motorcycle crash at a high rate of speed, but that's all we knew.
Some kind of motorcycle accident.
Paramedics worry that George may bleed out before they even get there.
With blunt force trauma, you can kind of tear your organs apart, your liver, your spleen. Then the bleeding goes into your abdomen. His blood pressure was going down. Your blood pressure can only go down so much before you don't have one. You want to think that everybody's going to make it. Sometimes they don't.
One last dirt bike ride in the desert, and now George Laws is fighting for his life aboard a helicopter en route to UMC in Las Vegas. It's now been 45 minutes since the crash.
Got a cartridge injury to the right side of his chest.
Time is your enemy in trauma. The longer you wait, the worse you'll do.
Let's get George off the board.
The immediate need for him is to protect his airway and to evaluate him for injuries. He was still having blood pressure problems. He was having shortness of breath.
His heart rate is dropping.
He is not real coherent.
George, you know where you are? No, he's not responsive.
Okay. We were able to stabilize him to some point, not completely.
Order an x-ray and a CT. Is the OR ready?
And he had phenomenal injuries when he came in.
Call Dr. Donald.
Within 5 minutes, CAT scans and x-rays reveal George's body suffered a full assault. Almost nothing is spared. His right eye is damaged. His brain is bleeding. His neck is fractured. He has 9 broken ribs. The right lung is punctured, and 7 broken bones in his shoulder. And that's not all.
Well, you can see the aorta is almost completely transected.
Think of the aorta as the main blood vessel coming out of the heart, and it feeds everything in your body. So if you tear it or transect it, it doesn't supply blood to anything. It just flows out into your chest. Their organs died.
No one can explain how George Laws is still alive. Only 2% of people with this kind of injury ever make it to the hospital.
And half of the ones that make it to the hospital die during the treatment.
He will not withstand an open repair. It's impossible.
George's tear is on the left side of his chest, behind his lungs.
The problem with George was that his right chest was so badly crushed, all the ribs broken, and the lung was bleeding internally, and it wasn't providing good oxygen for his body. When you open the left chest, the left lung will collapse, and you have to move it out of the way to get to the aorta. So you take the only functional lung out of the way, and then he doesn't get oxygen. So you could fix the aorta, but he'd be brain dead. That's a rock and a hard spot.
Dr. Casey knows cardiovascular and thoracic surgeon Dr. Neil Dushia has handled similar aortic issues, but never in an emergency situation like this. It's a long shot.
The conventional traditional prayer is to do this open. You open the chest and you basically fix the blood vessel that's damaged by either sewing it together or cutting the bad part out and putting a new part in. But because of his extensive other injuries, I think the common agreement with me and Dr. Casey is that he would not survive that traditional repair. I had done this type of endovascular type repair before, not necessarily in this instance for a rupture of the aorta.
This operation requires a stent, a tube made of fabric supported by a metal mesh. It's used to reinforce a weak spot in an artery. Dr. Dushia will perform the surgery without opening George's chest. Instead, he'll go through the artery in George's groin and use x-rays and a monitor to guide the stent to the ruptured aorta.
It's like putting a sleeve within a pipe to kind of coat the rupture so that the blood won't go through the aorta that's torn. So blood now goes through the sleeve. This was pretty much his only hope.
But stents are normally made to measure, and they don't have one that fits.
Without that special stent graft, there would be no surgery.
There's only one vendor in Vegas that might be able to help, but it's Thanksgiving weekend. Dr. Dushia calls Gore Medical's Paul Hasforth.
He informed me that they had a patient, but it's minute to minute, and they needed the device that my company made. The trick of it is that it's not one size fits all, so Dr. Dushia actually measured the patient's aorta on the CAT scan so I could calculate the proper device size. We have to oversize the device by 10% so that we get a good seal above and below the tear. As luck would have it, I had the correct size. Jumped into the car and drove like a crazy man down the freeway.
It's a medical gamble. Even with this procedure, George might not make it.
I'm so sorry to tell you this.
So we don't know what the outcome's going to be. So we have to be very upfront with the people, their family, and tell them what we know.
He has a tear in his aorta, and you need to say your goodbyes. So sorry. At that moment, I knew my entire family behind me fell apart.
There is one option that we're exploring right now. That's a new procedure, which has never been done in Nevada before.
When Dr. Casey said he had an idea, and that it had never been done before,
Because Dr. Donahoe said
there was a sense of hope.
the conventional way where we would open them up.
But when you don't know that there's ever been an outcome, you still think the worst. It went from a fun family outing to my dad being gone. And I was a little on edge from hearing that we probably have an hour left with my dad. I had actually collapsed into my cousin's arms. Our whole family had gotten there so quickly because they all knew that this wasn't good. So I don't remember all the details, but I just remember my mom grabbing whatever pen she could find as signing the paperwork just to get the process started.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for trying.
George is prepped for surgery, but there's still no sign of Paul Hasforth and the stent that might save George's life. There's only one thing standing between George Laws and death, a stent graft that may or may not fix his torn aorta, but it hasn't arrived yet.
It's about a 20-minute drive to the hospital, and I'm looking at the traffic, looking at the speedometer, and then I'm looking at my phone in anticipation that, oh, what if the doctor calls and says, go home, Paul, the patient didn't make it. My blood pressure was off the charts.
We had the femoral arteries exposed. We had everything waiting. Unless you had the stents, you can't get in and do anything.
I walked in, and I was a little overwhelmed. The patient was on the table, and everybody, he's here, we could start now.
We open the artery and we put wires and catheters up, and we shoot what we call angiogram.
They release a special dye into the blood vessels around George's heart to make the tear visible on an X-ray.
Then we make some measurements of how long the graft is, and then once that's done, then we deploy the graft.
Dr. Dushia places the grafting material in a catheter and inserts it through a small opening in George's leg.
They go through the femoral artery, and so they make a cut down, expose the artery, and they push this big catheter in. It has a wire, goes all the way up as far as they can get it into the heart, place the big mesh stent in place.
We tried to land the device about 2 inches above the tear and 2 inches below the tear.
It's a delicate procedure. They place the stent graft at the precise location in George's aorta, then inflate it.
And once they expand it, it's there. Wherever they've expanded it, that's where it lives.
It fits like a glove. But will it stop the bleeding?
We shoot another picture, angiogram, to see if the torn artery is actually bypassed or sleeved, as you will, and it was. The angiogram after the procedure looked really good.
The bleeding stopped, and you saw a nice, perfect wall again.
Dr. Casey came back in that room and said it worked. It worked. It was absolutely a miracle.
But George isn't out of the woods just yet.
They hadn't done this before, so we're excited that we did it. We were all happy, but we're all very cautious. This was, a big step, but we knew that he still have a long road ahead of him.
This wasn't going to be, now my aorta's fixed, I can get back on my motorcycle and start riding away. He had a cervical spine injury. He had a brain bleed. He had massive chest injuries that needed time to heal and to be repaired.
Doctors hook George up to a ventilator and put him in a medically induced coma in the ICU.
I never left George's side. I stayed there. My focus was on George. We're gonna get through all these injuries, and he's going to heal. Those are his exact words. Dr. Casey said he will heal.
He had to be put in an ICU right away, and we managed his blood pressure, his brain bleed. We put people in different states of consciousness for control of their blood pressure and control of the injuries to their brain. In his case, it was both his aorta and his brain. They're actively bleeding in the brain. It causes pressure and damages the brain. If we control their activity, we can decrease the injury effect of the brain. And it helps the brain to heal. The next problem for George was ventilation, because even though his left lung was working, his right lung was terrible. And continuing to bleed and bruise inside, so we're having difficulty getting George off a ventilator.
The first week in the ICU, my mom and I, we switched off in the room to be with him. I would work all day and then I would come and I would try to be with him as much as I could. I remember laying down and falling asleep in his ICU room. One of the nurses just came in and shook me. She said, "I can't have you sleeping, but just lay your head the other way so nobody can see you're sleeping."
While George is in a coma, surgeons make repair to the broken bones in his neck and his shoulder. 10 days later, doctors think George is well enough to begin the process of waking up.
That was very hard to watch him go through. George, you're at UMC, you were in an accident, and to watch the terror in his eyes because he couldn't remember, he didn't know what was in his mouth, he couldn't move.
I got knocked out during the accident, so my memory of the accident is none. I have no memory of it, but what people told me.
The police say George hit a slope on that dirt road. The bump knocked him off the bike. He was then dragged about 174 feet before the bike landed on top of him.
They had actually thought he was going to pass away, just from the crash site alone. They kind of estimated his speed, I want to say 80 miles an hour. We're not too sure, and nobody will ever know when he lost consciousness, but I think that's the way God intended it to be, so that you don't remember these things sometimes.
After 17 days at UMC, George is released into a rehabilitation facility. Miraculously, he hasn't suffered any major brain or spine damage.
George represents really, really exceptional patient care. UMC Trauma Service provides that kind of care, and thankfully we're in a system where we have consultants like Dr. Dushia that are willing to come in and deal with these problems when you just make a phone call.
Since George's success story, doctors at UMC have performed this procedure in other life and death situations several times.
The older version of trying to treat him, that had a 98% mortality rate. With this new device, we actually flipped those tables to where it was 98% successful.
5 months later, George returns to work. He's lost the sight in his right eye, but he's grateful to be alive.
I am pretty amazed that I'm still around, and I credit Dr. Casey and that amazing team that took care of me.
He feels bad. He feels very bad about it, that he feels he put the family through it. We don't feel that way. We feel very blessed that he's still with us to have those feelings at all. We can't, yes.
It's very hard to explain how much you love someone, and then when you go through an event like this, your love feels even bigger. Yeah.
I made sure he never got on that bike again. Not on my watch.
Choosing between the bike and the wife definitely won.
First time you say, oh, you know, I've seen it all, you're gonna see something else that will make you say again, well, now I've seen it all.
What's going on there?
I was shot in the leg.
Gonna see what we're dealing with.
It was in very bad shape.
Am I gonna lose my leg?
And I saw Mike go down. The blood was just coming out like a faucet.
Come on, Mike. Stay with me here.
His skull had been driven into his brain, almost an inch.
Are you Javon Walker? Yeah, that's me. Everything went downhill from there.
Guarantee you, he was never hit in the head like he was this time.
Fire medical.
Jesus.
911, what is your emergency?
Vegas is a mecca for sporting events of any kind. And for one weekend every January, thousands of gay and lesbian athletes take over the town for the Sin City Shootout Sports Festival.
Sin City Tournament is very fun, it's very colorful, it's very active, it's exhausting, but that's why it's so fun, because you're go, go, go. You play all day and then you party all night and wake up in the morning and do it all again.
What started as a softball tournament is now the largest LGBT sporting event in the world.
They have every sport that you can imagine, you know, from bowling to archery to swimming.
Charles Jacobson and Michael Stewart are here for the softball. They play for the San Diego Firestorm.
We were a young team. I'm really not expecting to win, but I just try to have a good time.
The newest addition to the team is 28-year-old Michael Petracca.
Michael is a very good player. He's definitely one of the best on the team.
He's very passionate about baseball. He loves the San Diego Padres. I always tease him for that because I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. I don't see the Padres winning very soon.
It's day 2 of the tournament. The Firestorm are in good spirits after whooping it up at the Tropicana the night before. Michael even wanted blackjack. They're feeling pretty lucky.
We had so far won 2 games that day. Everyone was excited.
They're waiting for their next game, hanging out in the public area between the diamonds, watching other teams play.
We were just talking, you know, getting our minds prepared for more games to come. All of a sudden, I saw Mike go down, and I saw his head hit the ground, and it bounced 6 or 7 inches off the pavement. He was bleeding in 2 different spots in his head. The blood was just coming out like a faucet. And I'm like, what just happened?
Hey, don't move his head, don't move his head.
Michael Petracca is not moving.
There was blood coming out of his ear. When I saw that, that's when I really got scared.
It was terrifying. I saw my friend laying in a pool of his own blood.
Can you hear me?
The first thought that came to my mind was just a softball, because that happens all the time.
Come on, what happened? Oh my God.
Lying beside Michael is a bat.
Somebody call the doctor.
That's just the last thing that you think is coming to hit you.
We get a call for a 31 Delta, which is one of the higher priority calls, for a male unknown age with a head injury.
At the softball field with a bat. I was like, ooh, boy, hit with a bat, that's not good at all.
At the scene, some hold Michael's head. Others put towels around it, trying to stop the bleeding. Michael is not responding.
I tried speaking with him. His eyes may have been opened, but there was no life in his eyes. It was like you were talking to nobody.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Wake up. Wake up.
Stay with me, man. Stay with me. Stay with me, man.
Oh, man. How do you know that they're going to come out of this? You don't know if they're going to come out of this.
5 minutes later, paramedics from Medic West and from Clark County Fire Department arrive.
Whoa, guys, what happened? Michael was lying on the ground. There were a lot of people around him. They tried to do a little crowd control. Everybody back up and relax. You could feel the bones moving together of his skull. We call it crepitus. His head actually felt mushy. He was bleeding from his ears. There was some cerebral spinal fluid coming from his ears, and that's another bad sign that you have a severe injury.
He's got an unconscious male. He took a baseball bat to the head, fell to the ground, striking his head on the ground. He's got a really large laceration.
There's a lot of stuff that as paramedics we can do, but we don't have a quick fix for this one. Treat it with diesel. You stabilize him and then drive to the hospital as fast as you can, because he needs more than me right now. He needs a doctor, he needs a surgeon.
It was very scary hearing them trying to talk to Mike just because I knew he wasn't responding.
We're in an accident, okay, Michael? Michael, just keep your eyes open, Michael.
I'm gonna take a listen.
I haven't seen anybody with a head injury quite this bad before. I didn't know what kind of chance he had.
It was important to keep him awake, just to make sure he doesn't go into like a coma or a deeper sleep.
He's lost consciousness again.
And we have a completely different issue altogether.
Michael, are you with me?
He could die.
At University Medical Center, the trauma team is ready and waiting.
Okay, good.
28-year-old male patient, head injury. Was hit by a baseball bat.
Gave him a report, told him what happened from start to finish from what we knew.
When he came in, he had an altered mental status and he had abnormal motor movements. Those are really bad signs.
The first priority is to assess the damage to Michael's brain. He actually has 2 head injuries. One from the impact of the bat, the other from when his head smashed into the cement.
Just shine a light in your eyes. I'm Dr. Morrissey. Hi.
Whether or not he could answer simple questions, his verbalization. We took a look at the pupils to see if they were equal in reacting.
Okay, pupil on the right, 3 sluggish. Left, 3 sluggish. We get you to do a few things for me, okay?
We checked out his motor, whether he followed commands, whether he could localize.
Squeeze my hand. Big squeeze. Harder than that. Come on. Good. Thumbs up. Let me see your thumbs. This side. Squeeze my hand. Harder, harder. Come on, squeeze my hand. There's nothing going on that side. You guys.
His mental status really was diminished. Beyond sleepy, almost a little bit more like in a coma.
The head, baseball bat, subsequently fell.
It's a life or death situation. They order an immediate CAT scan.
Halo's negative.
Okay, great. And call in neurosurgeon Dr. William Smith.
He was in a trauma-induced coma.
Pupils are equal and reactive, but
We see people struck in the head by thrown objects all the time that can be life-threatening. He fell and struck the opposite side of his head fairly forcefully. This guy's had 2 striking head blows within a very short period of time. So he has had, by definition, repetitive concussions.
The right upper arm, left does react to pain. Sternal rub still.
The CAT scan images are dramatic.
It showed that he had a depressed skull fracture. The skull had been driven into his brain almost an inch. Underneath that, he had an epidural hematoma. An epidural hematoma is a blood clot that develops between the brain and the skull.
He's going to need to go into the OR immediately. I'm going to go and scrub in.
If they can't relieve the pressure immediately, Michael will suffer permanent brain damage or even worse, die. He came to Vegas for a weekend of fun and competition. Now, doctors are trying to save the life of softball player Michael Petracca after a baseball bat crushed his skull.
You could see and feel that he had this big boggy area the size of a baseball.
Elevate the scalp off the skull.
We ended up taking a part of the skull off, taking the pressure off his brain, and we took the skull off. It was just mashed in multiple pieces.
Okay, I can visualize the fracture. We're going to need to remove all these small fragments of bone.
We have very special instrumentations, microscope, magnifying loops, different types of drills to remove all the bone fragments. We then were able to peel this blood clot off the membrane of his brain.
Then, Dr. Smith puts Michael's skull back together again, piece by piece.
What we call a reconstructive cranioplasty.
Pass me the titanium plate so I can fasten the mesh.
The titanium plate allows the doctor to reshape Michael's head. As Michael fights for his life, word finally reaches his family.
This is Michael's friend. Michael had a bit of an accident this afternoon at the baseball game.
His friend called us and said that he's in surgery
and they have a neurosurgeon was working on him. That's when we knew it was pretty bad.
I was very nervous talking to them. I mean, here I've never met these people, and I'm having to relay information about their son who could potentially be dying anytime. They could hear the panic in my voice. I was still holding back as much feeling as I could. I didn't want to break down in the middle of the hospital.
My wife grabbed my hand and said, "He's got to be okay, he's got to be okay." I immediately found a flight we could make. Each got a bag and threw a bunch of stuff in it that would at least get us through the night. On the way to the airport, the poor kid, I think we were texting him every 10 minutes, any updates, any updates, any updates. And also during this time, we had notified immediate family. And so having to deal with immediate family, making everyone aware of what was going on was very difficult. We had to keep repeating, obviously, the same thing over and over again, trying to explain things we didn't know, getting questions we couldn't answer. And it was frustrating because we couldn't satisfy our family members, with any type of encouragement or anything at all, other than all we know is he's in surgery, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear anything else. It was a long flight.
After 2 hours of surgery, Michael is placed in the ICU.
I did tell the nursing staff I was Mike's brother. That came out of just panic that if they thought I was just a friend, they wouldn't tell me anything. And I didn't want to be kind of kept out of the loop. I'd never been in a hospital situation where I saw someone intubated and just covered in tube.
You were the one who taught me how to...
That was very hard to see. It was just holding his hand, where I learned just how nice it is to just be able to touch somebody during a situation like that.
When his parents arrived later that evening, they learned their son is alive, but in critical condition.
It was a horrific sight. We saw him all wrapped up with tubes and wires. The first thing that went through my mind was, I hope he wakes up. We learned that the barrel end of the bat is what actually hit him straight on, the highest amount of degree of impact possible. And they think they're able to control the bleeding, but they weren't sure what the damage was, any type of permanent damage.
Everybody wants to know, well, how's he going to be? What I can say is, surgery went very well. We saved his life today. Tomorrow, if he gets through tonight, we'll have a better idea where he's going to be.
A follow-up CAT scan brings good news.
What we like to see is the brain slowly re-expand to its normal contours. His brain re-expanded very nicely, which is a very positive sign.
So positive, doctors take him off the respirator.
He's a stroke.
Michael starts to wake up.
Oh, sweetheart.
You look in your kid's eyes and you know what they're thinking, and from when they're babies and even, now as adults. And he looked confused. He looked like he wanted to know what was going on.
Just
Suddenly, elation turns to fear.
don't try and speak. It's okay.
Nothing came out. It was just empty air that was coming out of his mouth.
I thought I was talking. I heard it in my head, but when I opened my mouth, no sound came out. Just almost like a whistle or tongue cracking, and that was it. And then I realized, all right, I can't talk.
Go get the doctor.
You're not saying anything, we can't hear you. There was something wrong with the speech.
Is Michael's inability to speak the permanent damage his family feared?
It is quite common.
Baseball player Michael Petraka survived a bat to the head, but now the young man can't talk.
Where the pressure on his brain was located, it was right over the speech center, the area that allows us to talk and communicate.
He seems to be having problems speaking.
So to expect someone to have what we call an expressive aphasia, and they can't express themselves, they have an inability to talk, temporarily is certainly not surprising in Michael's case.
Dr. Smith says there are no magic bullets. Surgery can't fix the problem. All he can say is, time will tell.
As a neurosurgeon, the brain surgeon, oh wow, you had this great brain surgery. Well, that's just the start of his recovery. He's going to need extensive therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. It takes a lot of people, a lot of work.
Michael's bandages are removed, and his recovery begins.
Basically, you're doing the drone test. This line right here, between these two colored tiles.
It was pretty amazing. You know, we saw him take his first steps when he was a baby, and not knowing if he was going to take steps again, it was nice to see him take steps.
You put your hands up, fine.
He still has a long way to go.
His right side of his face, he didn't have motor function. And they explained that, well, when he fell and he cracked his head on the right side, he could have damaged or severed a nerve. The nerve could take up to 12 months to grow back and a full function, but they didn't know.
So, lips together just like he did.
But there are positive signs.
Like you're popping.
I felt fairly confident he was going to recover. Why? He actually recovered pretty well his right-sided hand motion and thumb motions pretty quickly. The thumb and the hand, the part of the brain that makes them work is really right, very close to the speech center. So when I start seeing that working, I know the speech is going to come back.
All of San Diego is rooting for Michael's recovery, especially his teammates. One of his friends who works for the Padres puts a message on the Petco Park scoreboard wishing their #1 fan a speedy recovery.
I showed it to Michael. He was able to say, wow. It was very emotional that he was able to kind of breathe that out.
5 days after being hit in the head by a wild baseball bat, Michael leaves UMC and heads to a rehab center in California. The question on everyone's mind, will Michael be permanently brain damaged?
I don't like the term brain damage. You know, if you have too many drinks every weekend, you become brain damaged. He certainly had a neurologic injury that his ability to do certain things that we like to do day to day were not as good, but he was showing signs of improvement. I can't tell them he's going to be 100% the person he was before, and that's what people want me to say.
Over the next few months, he makes great strides, relearning to walk, to write, and to talk.
I got more speech back, got feeling back in my right arm. I went to speech therapy and really learned how to literally make the sounds, tongue position, everything.
Michael doesn't remember the accident that almost killed him, just what people have told him.
Batter, when he swung, he just lost his grip on the bat.
It flew more than 50 feet over the backstop fence, slamming into Michael's head.
In the 20 years that I've played, I have never seen somebody lose control of their bat.
Michael Petracca doesn't blame the batter. In fact, he writes him a letter.
And he said, I hope you're still playing the game. I hope you don't stop playing. I don't hold any ill will to you. I don't hold you at fault for any of this. It was an accident. You let it slip out. You know, it's not your fault.
3.5 months after the accident, a dream come true. The San Diego Padres invite him to throw off the first pitch at a game.
It was amazing. I am so lucky I got to do that.
He begins playing softball again.
The first time that I saw Mike back on the field, you could tell that he wasn't 100%, but I could tell he's improved. His confidence seems to be getting better and better.
He's not 100%, but he's focused on getting there.
At this point, I'm 85% more able to speak, and I just turned on the positive outlook and was like, I can beat this. I can do anything.
Millions of people come to Vegas every year to lose their inhibitions and go wild. It's a playground for adults.
You can come and party and do whatever and kind of take caution and just throw it to the wind.
Especially if you're a celebrity. If you've got the cash, then the sky's the limit. NFL star Javon Walker's story is one for the record books.
Vegas was one of those places to let loose without no repercussions, you know, have a little bit of fun with friends.
This 29-year-old is flush with cash. He's just become the highest paid wide receiver in the league.
The day I signed with the Oakland Raiders for $55 million was a day every NFL wide receiver athlete dreams of.
We were really proud of him. Just getting to that point in your career, you know, where you finally make it.
Everything I could ever want to do for my family, I could do. It was all unfolding right in front of my eyes.
For $55 million bucks, though, he's under pressure to perform.
We worked hard from Monday to Friday. We've been putting in the work, we've been putting in the time, so it was like, hey, let's just catch this quick flight and hang out in Vegas for a night and come back and get ready to start training again.
We basically went to the airport, but we had on, you know, and he bought all our plane tickets.
As soon as they step off the plane, the party begins.
Anytime I had my friends around me, they didn't have to worry about nothing. They was gonna get drinks, gonna go out to dinner, and I always wanted to show my friends, you know, how close I am to them, and I appreciated them.
Their favorite spot is Body English, the dance club inside the Hard Rock Hotel.
Loved the Hard Rock. Saw everybody who is somebody in there.
We had a table in the VIP section. It was great. It was an awesome time.
As the night goes on, the party gets wilder.
We had a couple champagne spraying sessions. We had like 30 bottles of champagne. I don't think we drank one of them. We just sprayed all of them.
It was one of those things that just got the club and everybody excited about a great night.
Girls around always, you know, a lot of random people, you know, just show up when the bottles show up.
After splashing out 15 grand on champagne and drinks, Javon and friends decide to move the party somewhere else.
When you're leaving the nightclub, obviously you gotta pass through the casino. Once you see the casino, it's like immediate, okay, gotta start gambling. I'm playing blackjack, I'm winning.
I think I won probably like $1,200, and I think he might have won like $3 or $4 grand or something.
After 15 minutes at the table, they pocket their chips.
We headed up to one of the parties that they were having in the suite over at the Hard Rock. And there were tons of people up there, you know, drinking. I think they might have been bowling in there. It was fun. The night was still going pretty good at that point.
About an hour later, Ryan is ready to call it a night.
Everybody was pretty intoxicated, you know, and it was time to head back to the Bellagio. So we were trying to get Javon out the room, you know, safely to the car. That was a task.
Ryan finally manages to get Javon into the cab, and they head off in two separate limos.
My driver went into the main entrance, and they went to the north entrance in the back to valet their car. That's where we got split up. But I think he wanted to party a little bit more.
On his way into the hotel, two guys in a black Range Rover call out to Javon. They say they're big fans.
Are you Javon Walker?
Hey, it is you, yo! And I'm like, yeah. Shook their hand, and you know, it's like with everybody, you greet fans.
They invite the NFL star to another club on the Strip.
You know, I'll befriend everybody, and that's what I thought I was doing that night.
Javon and the two men leave the hotel in a Range Rover.
That's when everything went downhill from there.
Javon Walker came to Vegas to blow off steam, but climbing into a car with two strangers may be taking one chance too many.
Cough it up.
Oh, I'm thinking, okay, this is not going into what I think it should be going.
These so-called fans are not here to party. And now, his life is on the line.
I was just sitting down saying, okay, let me see if I can maybe bargain and negotiate with him. So I told these guys, I said, listen, I'll give you everything I have on me. Just let me go. I won't say a word. You don't know me, I don't know you. One guy in the back got really, really smart. Like, no, shut up. He tried to pull my earrings out of my ear. But when you have diamonds, there's locks on the back.
Quick! Take it off, take it off!
I'm not sure how many times they hit me.
911 emergency.
I have a person laying in the street here. He looks like he's been severely beat.
Where?
So I'm going Albert. Can you send somebody down here for me?
The call from the security guard comes from a parking lot less than a block from the Bellagio.
I'll stand by here and wait till I get here, because he's in bad shape. Cell phones all over the place. Looks like he's been run over.
The security guard has no idea the unconscious man is NFL star Javon Walker. 5 minutes later, paramedics from Medic West and Clark County Fire Department arrive.
Alert on him. Hello, can you hear me?
He was actually out of it. We consider this an altered mental status. He had swelling on his face. He had marks. There was bruising and bleeding. Whatever happened to him, if he was beaten up, they did a pretty good job on him.
His vital signs are normal, but his battered face and head could spell trouble.
If you've had a significant amount of facial trauma or trauma to the skull, that can cause a smorgasbord of problems that could take place. And whenever you have that swelling within the brain, that's when you really need to get your patient to the hospital as quickly as possible. It wasn't until we kind of got close to Sunrise Hospital that I said, this is a familiar face. This seems like somebody who I may have seen before.
Once I realized it was Javon Walker, knowing that he's an NFL player, having a possible spinal cord injury or even a brain injury, the thought crosses your mind, I wonder what his life is going to be like after this.
They arrive at Sunrise Medical Center, where emergency room physician Dr. Gary Goldberg is starting his morning shift.
What have we here?
We have a male patient in his 20s, suspected assault.
Shortly after he came in, I did find out that he was a football player.
Obvious injury to the right eye.
I guarantee you, he was never hit in the head like he was this time.
Sir, do you know where you are?
I could smell alcohol in his breath. If you have an intoxicated patient with a significant head injury, you've got a real problem. I couldn't see his eye, so we already are worried that there may be a fracture in his face. Facial fractures can be very serious, including with permanent damage possibly to the facial or eye muscles and visual problems, dental problems, all that, rebreathing problems. So that's significant. You rarely see that with football. The football players, they've got guards on their face. They don't get those kind of injuries.
His blood alcohol level is almost 4 times over the limit. A CAT scan is the only way to know the extent of Javon's injuries. Injuries that could end a $55 million football career.
What we worry about are significant structural injuries to the brain that could be even life-threatening. When someone presents with what appears to be a concussion or an altered mental state from a head injury, we need to pursue that. If he had a hemorrhage to his brain, that could put pressure on the brain, have to be released, and he'd have to go to the operating room and have neurosurgical intervention. And that happens not infrequently with the type of trauma that he sustained.
I woke up to a slew of phone calls in the morning, and it was a lady that worked inside the Bellagio. She said that Javon got robbed and beat up really bad, and he's at the Sunrise Hospital, so I immediately got up and I took a cab over to the hospital. All kinds of things are going through my head, and I was just with him less than 5 hours before I got the phone call, you know what I mean? How bad could it be?
The CAT scan shows that Javon hasn't suffered any brain damage, and there's no sign of any injuries to his spine. But he has suffered a concussion and a severely broken jaw.
The maxilla is the upper part of the jaw. And when that fractures, that takes a pretty solid hit to do that.
He's also shattered a bone in his eye socket.
We often call these types of fractures blowout fractures because the bone in this area of the floor is so thin that it will literally blow out, and you'll end up with a hole inside the eye socket. That has major implications for your vision. In the worst case scenario, blindness. Obviously, major implications for a high-end athlete.
It would be up to the surgeons to decide what exactly they were going to do and when they were going to do it.
Javon, what happened? Are you okay? When I got closer to him, I looked and it was way worse than I thought it was. Training camp was starting in a few weeks and I'm looking at him and I'm like, it's no way he's gonna be able to, play football like this right now.
Your way, I went my way. Javon's career and his $55 million contract hang by a thread.
Oh my God.
A few hours earlier, NFL player Javon Walker was partying the night away in Vegas. Now, he lies badly beaten in a hospital room.
I was bandaged up, just kind of like mumbling, like, because my mouth and everything, was all messed up. My eye socket was cracked. I was just in a daze.
The 20-some years we've been together, he's never, got in trouble like that when I was with him. Part of me felt really guilty, When he opened his eyes, he looked at me, and a tear kind of came out of his eye, and he was like, call my mom. That was like one of the hardest phone calls I've ever had to make in my life. I tried to gather myself for a second, and I called her. She picked up the phone.
Hi, is this Bernita?
I started praying and just asked the Lord to protect my child and hope that he was okay.
His mom is one of the strongest women I've ever met, and she stays calm.
The specialist decides Javon's eye injury doesn't require surgery. It will heal on its own. However, he does need extensive surgery to repair his broken jaw.
Javon had an alveolar bone fracture, which is the bone of the upper jaw that houses the teeth or holds the teeth in place. The way we stabilize those fractures is by binding them to the other stable teeth.
Arch bar, please.
Because the fracture really involves the bone immediately around the teeth, no incisions need to be made.
I have some irrigation and suction, please.
That's good.
We can just stabilize the teeth by putting them back into position without doing any cutting, really.
Doctors caution Javon that he'll be out of commission for 6 to 8 weeks. The reality sinks in.
Here I am, mouth wired, and I'm going into camp and I can't participate with the team. I was the highest paid receiver in the NFL, so there was gonna be a lot of questions that need to be answered.
The story is big news. It sets off a nationwide media frenzy. Not all of it is sympathetic.
Champagne showers and a bloody beating. That's how NFL wide receiver the wide receiver was found unconscious on a street just off the Vegas Strip.
The $55 million player suffered a battered face.
Walker claims he was robbed of $100,000 worth of jewelry.
The media, just showing everything on TV and how everything that was happening, it's like I couldn't take anymore.
Totally unfair. He wasn't harming anyone, he was just having a good time.
Everybody wants the spotlight, but can you handle the spotlight? Because when the spotlight is good, it's good, but when it gets bad, it's bad. That's when everything just became depressing.
Javon? Your mom...
3 days after the attack, Javon's mom arrives and sees her son's injuries firsthand.
When I opened the door, Javon turned his head in the opposite direction so I couldn't see him.
How did this happen? Come here, baby. My handsome man.
His face was disfigured looking, but I held my composure very well. And I just told him, I said, they can't mess up that handsome face.
Could you tell me?
And when I said that, it looked like it was a big relief off of him also.
Did the doctor say?
After 4 days, Javon Walker leaves Sunrise Hospital.
They just said, you're gonna heal fine and take care of your eye, just no contact. No contact for me that's why I couldn't participate when it was time for me to go to camp.
Las Vegas police know whoever robbed and beat Javon was driving a black Range Rover. They check the security camera footage at the Hard Rock and spot the Range Rover suspiciously circling the valet area. It follows Javon and his friend back to the Bellagio. When they check the license plate, they discover the driver is 31-year-old Arfat Fidel. Fidel is seen hovering near Javon and Ryan outside the hotel. When Javon finally gets into the limo, Fidel is seen on his cell phone. Then, once he sees they're ready to leave, he leaves too.
And Javon was a person, he never thought he needed security, ever. He was just like, no one's, I'm a nice guy. No one's ever gonna do that to me. Nothing's wrong with going out. Nothing's wrong with partying. It's just sometimes you definitely have to be aware of your surroundings. And Javon was a person, he's such a friendly guy and such a giving person. If those guys would have came up to him and be like, hey, I'm in a bad situation. We need to borrow some money. He probably would have gave it to him.
Javon picks Fidel out of a photo lineup. His accomplice, 40-year-old Deshaun Thomas of Las Vegas, is arrested and charged as well. Fidel pleads guilty to second-degree kidnapping and robbery and receives 3 to 8 years. He testifies against his co-accused, saying it was Thomas's idea to target and rob Javon. Thomas is convicted of first-degree kidnapping and sentenced to life without parole. 8 weeks after the beating and robbery, the wires are removed from Javon's jaw, and he's back on the field.
Felt like everything was getting put behind me now, and hopefully go out and catch one touchdown and all will be forgotten. As the season starts going on, I'm still getting backlash. Anytime you mention my name, oh, he caught a touchdown, but hey, remember that incident in Vegas? It's like you could do nothing without your past being brought up.
A few games in, he breaks his ankle, putting him out of commission again, this time for the rest of the season.
Instead of that being talked about, it was still Vegas. It was still Vegas. It was still, oh, look at him. He's hurt now. See, he should have never went to Vegas. What does Vegas have to do with me breaking my ankle, getting tackled? I got to a point where I didn't want to play football no more because I got tired of all the ridicule.
His career fizzles, and 2 years later, he's released from the Raiders.
I was hurt because, football, that's my sport, that's my God-gifted ability. So when you kind of take that away from anybody, you're sad about it, regardless if it's a good situation or a bad situation.
But as time passes, Javon learns to put that crazy night in Vegas behind him.
I just had a whole new outlook on things because I wasn't in the spotlight no more. That's when I felt like, oh my God, I can breathe now.
He's built a new career in competitive bodybuilding and sports nutrition.
Javon's always been real health conscious, and him playing football since he was a kid, he's always had great physique. I just think now, that he could help people change their lives, in a positive way by helping them with their bodies. I think that's just something that makes him happy.
You have mistakes that are made, and there's always a plan from God, and I felt like it's not over. I had to go through that dark, dark time to be that way I am right now.
Tourists flock to Vegas to enjoy its casinos and clubs, and some of the best food in the world. Peter Scarturo is executive chef at Trevi, one of the most popular restaurants on the Strip.
As an executive chef, I still go in the kitchen. We get on the line, we help out, we relieve the guys for breaks. Sometimes you have special requests for a guest, so it's better to get back there yourself sometimes and just take care of that.
It's a pressure cooker world. The competition is fierce.
I'm up anywhere between 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm at the restaurant by 5 a.m.
It's the end of another long day for Peter, and a chance to relax.
Just was settling in on the couch, watching TV, had a glass of wine.
He can't completely unwind, though.
Next door, there was parties in the backyard, people smoking dope and drinking all hours of the night, people coming and going. There was a lot going on, and there was a lot of home invasions in my neighborhood. So I just had a gun for protection. I guess I was just so tired, you know, and I was fiddling around with it, and I just fell asleep.
A long day, a glass of wine, and a loaded .44 Magnum. What could go wrong? Something has gone horribly wrong at the home of Vegas chef Peter Scarturo.
Fire medical? What's going on there?
I accidentally shot myself in the leg.
Okay.
Please help me.
And how did it happen?
It just went off. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, it hurts so bad. I don't know what the hell happened. I must have dozed off. I don't know.
Are you able to unlock the door when we get there?
I'll try.
All right, so I need you to try to get to the door. I'm going to stay on the line with you, okay?
Yes. Oh,
Okay, so just
oh
for
God. I can't put pressure on it.
I couldn't stand up because without a kneecap, you can't stand. I found that out the hard way.
I'm crawling over there to the door. I don't believe this.
Even though it was maybe 6 or 8 feet away, it felt like 100 yards. It's amazing what your body and mind can do when you're in a panic situation. I just reached up, kind of pushed myself up as high as I could, unlocked the door, opened it, and then just kind of slumped back down.
Please hurry. Police are sent to clear the scene before paramedics can move in.
You don't know what you're walking into. Somebody could say they have a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You walk in and there's an active burglary going on. It can be as dangerous for us as it is for the victim.
Meanwhile, Peter is seeing firsthand the damage a .44 Magnum can do.
I could literally see inside my leg, the tissue, the muscle, the blood, everything. I could probably fit 3-4 fingers inside that hole if I wanted to.
5 minutes later, the police finally give the paramedics the all clear.
He was in an obvious amount of distress. He was screaming at me, you know, my knee, my knee. You gotta see what we're dealing with. A gunshot wound to the knee is a very serious injury. There's a lot of arteries, tendons, ligaments inside the kneecap. If you hit any of those, then you're worried that he will never be able to walk again. He could possibly bleed out.
Peter, I need you to focus on your breathing, okay?
The paramedics wrap his knee with pressure bandages to control the bleeding.
This is trip 541. We have a 51-year-old male patient with a gunshot wound to the right knee.
When we have critical patients like this, we monitor their blood pressure every 5 minutes. When your blood pressure lowers and your heart rate elevates, it's called a compensatory state of shock. It's your body trying to make up for lost blood. That's when you kind of hit the panic button.
I asked the EMTs, am I gonna lose my leg? I was really, really frightened.
At University Medical Center, orthopedic trauma surgeon Dr. Roger Fonts is called in.
Hey, what do we have here? This is Peter. He's a 51-year-old male with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the right knee.
Everything's going to be okay. So just relax and we're going to get you under the bed.
Believe it or not, I do get enough self-inflicted gunshot wounds, accidental, but I've never heard of a patient, you know, falling asleep and then shooting himself.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
We go with the punches and take care of the patient.
I have a bipedal pulse. Can you feel this? Can you feel this? Can you wiggle your toes?
It's almost always worse under the skin than what the skin looks like. And the first assessment that's always done is to make sure that there's no vascular injury, because that's the most important, potentially limb or life-threatening complication of the injuries.
The images reveal the gunshot narrowly missed Peter's major artery.
If it had been a little more posterior, the injury would have gone through his femur, through his actual knee joint. Behind that's his major artery and vein, which could have potentially killed him.
The bad news? The bullet blew away a third of Peter's kneecap. He could be permanently disabled if they don't operate right away.
One thing about bullet injuries is they create significant fragmentation of the bone. If you took an oatmeal cookie and you hit it with a hammer, you're going to have a lot of pieces.
And irrigate?
That's kind of how this fracture was. You don't want to have those pieces of bone floating around inside the joint. You know, it'd be like having sand inside your engine.
Dr. Fonts washes out the knee joint and removes as many of the floating bone fragments as he can. Most are too small to remove.
The large parts of the fragments were actually well contained. It turns out the patella is actually encased in a tendon, and that tendon almost serves like an internal cast. So we were hopeful that just with the washout that internal cast would contain the bone fragments and let him heal.
Peter, how are you today?
Hey, Doc, how are you?
How are you feeling, buddy?
I says, Doc, I feel like a dumb He goes, really, you shouldn't. It happens a lot. Didn't really feel better, but I was astonished that it happens that often.
48 hours after he shot himself in the leg, Peter Scarturo leaves the hospital with a leg brace. His future as a chef is uncertain.
A typical chef is on his or her feet 10 to 12, 14 hours a day, often 6 days a week. Even a standard patella fracture is a 6-month recovery process.
Now that you have the realization, okay, I'm okay, but how am I going to be okay after this? How long is it going to take me? You start thinking, I need to get back to work.
3 months go by, and the chef can still barely walk.
I gained like 60 pounds because I couldn't exercise. It was just really, really hard.
It's back to surgery for a second time.
Clamps, please.
His cartilage had healed, but there was an area of bone defect. And so we filled that with some bone substitute, synthetic bone and other tissues, and then had to cover it so that it wouldn't float around inside his joint.
Screw.
Put some screws and wires in there to help hold the fracture together and try to promote healing.
I went back to work 2 days after the second surgery. I still had staples in my leg. I got a nickname, Pistol Pete. And everyone's like, how do you come to work like that? I'm like, I can't stay home.
5 months after kneecapping himself with a .44 Magnum, Chef Peter is back in the kitchen, serving up his signature-style Italian dishes.
I'm great now. I can go to the gym again. I can walk normally. I'm thankful. The doctors, the nurses, everybody there, their knowledge and their experience with trauma is incredible.
He's also a lot wiser about guns.
It makes you realize no matter how good you are with a handgun, anything can happen. I'm obviously a bad aim.
We get some of the craziest calls. People get ran over on the strip, we get drunks, we get cars into buildings.
People going and pushing themselves too far, making some poor decisions. 911 is a number that's dialed quite often.
All of a sudden, he was coming fast.
We got to the pool around 10:30. I had made some plans with a couple girls. You know, remember getting in the car, and that's it.
His lower legs were basically cooked.
And he said, I don't think he's gonna live.
911. Car just came through the restaurant window.
The whole restaurant shook.
These people under a car.
You could smell the carnage. It was devastating.
Oh my God, we've been hit by terrorists.
Fire medical.
Jesus.
911, what is your emergency?
The days are just as hot as the nights in Vegas. Nothing is hotter than the pool parties on the Strip.
Pool parties are a huge thing out here in Vegas, especially in the summertime. It gets 100 to 110 out here, and some of the best DJs come out and they perform, and it's just like a nightclub, but you can hop into the pool.
It gets pretty wild. It's when the pools are packed and the pool parties are happening.
Just where Vegas native George Hernandez plans to drown his sorrows. He lost his job a few months ago. Now works as a server on the Strip to make ends meet. And a few weeks ago, his girlfriend moved out.
I was with her for 4 years. So I found myself just kind of lost, clouded, broken.
George's party started 6 days ago. His roommate and best friend says it's showing no signs of slowing down.
He was upset about his past relationship, and he was gonna put it all behind him and that he's gonna go celebrate.
We got to the pool around 10:30. I remember ordering a Jack and Coke, just getting settled in. I had made some plans with a couple girls that I was gonna go out with that night. You know?
It's a scorcher. 118 degrees in the shade. He's in the pool pretty much all day, but the drinks just keep on coming.
Nothing to eat, really no water. The night before, maybe 5 hours of sleep.
By late afternoon, one of George's buddies gives him a ride home.
I remember getting in the car. I remember stepping in there. And that's it.
911, police, fire, medical.
That call came in as a smoke investigation call. Often they don't pan out to be anything major. It's usually someone barbecuing or something minor. We saw the column of smoke and realized that this was probably more than just a smoke investigation. When we arrived on scene, we had a vehicle that was fully involved.
You never know what's in a vehicle. We want to do a quick assessment, make sure no one is caught in the car or around the car.
The car is empty, but on the road 10 feet away is a body. It's George. It's a horrendous sight.
He was severely burned. His body was in shock. He wasn't responding to us.
Hey, buddy, are you there?
Almost every part of George's body is burned.
He was definitely one of the most severe burn patients that I've seen. It's a bad blistering burn. And often the skin is actually falling off, so the patient's extremely slippery.
The amount of fire that was in that car, no way you survive if you stayed in that car. He definitely would have died.
Now, it's up to Clark County Fire Department paramedics to keep him alive.
Take some big breaths of this, okay?
Priority on any burn patient is always going to be their airway. When you're in a burning situation, you're inhaling those hot fire gases, and they're extremely hazardous to your airway. Our big effort on these calls is to load and go.
If George is going to survive, University Medical Center is his best chance. UMC has the only burn center in the state.
As I'm coming towards the house, an ambulance drives right past me. I saw that huge black cloud of smoke and I instantly knew that it was George. By the time I got to where my house was, the whole time screaming, yelling for George, the person that actually took him home, ironically, his name was George. And when I said George, he popped up. The police officers were trying to talk to him, and he wasn't responding. He wasn't talking to them at all. But when I came over there, I asked him what happened.
It's a bizarre, almost unbelievable tale.
George passed out in the car. The driver, he wanted to listen to music and smoke a cigarette. He had the AC running, and he fell asleep. Now, when he fell asleep, his foot hit the gas. He was revving up the engine on the hottest day of the year for over an hour in park.
The hot, flooded engine catches fire.
George, the other person, just got out the car. Never once waking George up or telling George to get out the car. He was just pretty much, I think, in shock. And then it blew. That made George come to. The neighbors told me that he crawled out the front window of the car and fell parallel to the front tires. A random sandwich delivery guy saw him and just pulled him across the street.
How could his best friend ever survive that blaze?
The firefighter told me that I need to get to UMC Trauma and get his family there immediately.
No, they got him out. They got him out. We have a patient coming in with severe burns.
In the trauma unit, Dr. Terry Lewis is standing by.
25-year-old male patient, second and third degree burns, approximately 80% of the body.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
His lower legs were burnt with totally incinerated skin hanging from bone and muscle.
3rd degree burns.
So it was basically cooked.
This is a 4th degree burn.
George?
A burn right through the tissue, down to the muscle or bone.
Without any skin, the evaporative loss from your body is massive. And we have to really aggressively resuscitate patients with IV fluids when they first come in. But you have to find this balance in there because a lot of times with trauma patients, you also have concomitant pulmonary injuries, and you can over-resuscitate those patients, and you can make their lungs wet and soggy, and it's very difficult to ventilate them. So, you know, it's one of those Goldilocks principles where it's not too much and not too little, but you got to be right at the right spot. And if you're not, you know, there can be catastrophic outcomes for your patient.
Wounds are scrubbed, and George is moved to intensive care in the burn unit. There, he's sedated to cope with the pain. George will be monitored hourly. The next 48 are critical.
People burnt that bad, you know, don't make it to the hospital. Everybody expected him to die.
Mrs. Morales, I'm Dr. Lewis. I'm his attending physician.
The doctor, he told me, your son, he can die right away. I have to tell you this because he's very, 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 very bad.
The doctors had said that he had 80% burns, and I guess normally anything over 60%.
As George Hernandez clings to life in the burn unit of UMC, news of the car explosion has everyone wondering how anyone could survive.
There was one guy who apparently was on fire in the street, and he was put in an ambulance. You know, it doesn't look positive for him.
Firefighters and police remain on the scene for hours. The fire was so intense, it engulfed another car and burned the number on George's house. At the hospital, his mother asks God for a miracle.
The priest, he came and he prayed and he told me, you have to be strong and have just faith.
I've never been so scared in my life. Because we did everything together. Everything.
Miraculously, George survives the critical first 48 hours.
Many people in his situation, in fact, the majority probably don't survive.
Mommy's here. He was swollen. His head was his face. He was all swollen so bad.
His immune system is extremely weak.
The doctors told me he can gonna live, and I said yes, because he's young.
You're gonna be okay. You're a strong boy.
His eyes was completely closed the whole time. Oh, man.
was young and in good health, so he had those things going for him. So we had a chance.
But his burns, especially on his legs, are so severe that infection could still kill him.
Irrigation? All the burn wounds are dead tissue. As this tissue decays, it is a culture medium for bacteria, an infectious material. We have to get dead tissue away from the body. And that process of debridement can be done a couple of times a week in the operating room with scalpels, taking big portions of skin.
In addition to removing the dead skin, George's dressings are changed and washed twice a day.
I will tell you, having done this for 15 years and seen thousands of trauma patients and burn patients, it's some of the most painful things I've seen patients have to go through.
Day after day for 2 weeks, doctors perform operation after operation, dressing change after dressing change.
It can be noisy in the burn unit or the dressing change room. I mean, it hurts, and patients scream. And infections come and go. The antibiotics that worked last week don't work this week. You have to reculture the wounds because new bugs are growing. Multiple episodes of pneumonia from being on the breathing machine. And so there's a time frame there, which is weeks in length, in which you're continually adjusting and fighting infection. Dressing changes, antibiotics, doing culture, seeing where you're at with trying to keep the infection at bay so he doesn't get septic.
George is still in a coma, and the doctors are losing the battle against the infection in the lower part of his legs.
It became clear to us that there was no coming back. We knew we were facing amputations.
That dead tissue remaining on his body is actually a burden to his ability to try to heal and repair.
I signed the paper. That day was very, very, very hard.
Ready for the bone saw?
Dr. Lewis starts by removing both of George's feet.
Even though we may have thought that we would end up above the knee, you start lower and try to preserve as much as you can, because any tissue that stays alive is available to us to try and reconstruct.
But days later, doctors realize the young man's only chance of survival is to remove both his legs above the knee.
And we want to amputate as quickly and safely as possible because you'll actually see those patients tend to improve.
It works. George does improve, and he finally wakes up from his coma.
I open my eyes, and I see machines all around me, and I can't move. And I'm asking, where am I? Where am I?
Oh my God.
He has no idea what's happened the last 3 months.
There's somebody in the room and says, you've been in an accident, you're in the hospital.
I was so happy. He's gonna be okay. He's very strong. He can handle this.
He told me he loved me, and then he asked me what happened. I've never been able to lie to George. His mom wanted me to ease him into it, but he would have known.
His best friend, Brandon, will have to break the news to George. All he remembers is being at a pool party at the Palms in Vegas.
And then the next thing you know, you're waking up months later in a hospital, completely wrapped up, no legs. How do you tell somebody that story?
Vegas native George Hernandez has been in a coma for 3 months after nearly burning to death in a fire. His best friend tells him that to save his life, doctors had to amputate both his legs above the knee.
Man, I'm dreaming, you know, like, I'm gonna wake up, like, from this. This is a dream. Like, I know this is not happening. Closed my eyes, started to pray.
After months of painful skin grafting, he leaves the hospital in a wheelchair and begins rehab.
Bitterness? Yes. Against the Almighty? Yes, indeed. You know, I did all the why me's and all the what ifs. A lot of days that I cried. I didn't have insurance, so everything I had to do on my own.
Now, how bad is the pinch? Where's pinching?
On my right.
On the right one?
It's a little worse.
Okay.
I let him know that we're gonna be bad boys for life. We're gonna get through this. Just don't worry. Your brother's got you.
Dr. Vikram Chowdhury, a doctor from Munster, Indiana, is so moved by George's story that he gives him prosthetic legs. George walks unaided for the first time since the accident.
Most people with his injuries don't make it. He has to have had an incredible will to survive. Everybody needs a reason to live. In his case, it was his mom.
My son is a miracle.
80% burn. Wow. Double leg amp. I'm doing inspirational speaking in churches and juvenile detention centers and high schools, and I'm in the process of writing a book. If it wasn't for the burn unit here in Las Vegas, I wouldn't even had a chance. They put me back together.
And what about the driver who caused the explosion? George doesn't press charges. The driver was here illegally and has since moved back to Mexico.
I should be dead. I should be dead. I should. I am beyond blessed. You know, praise God, as a man, didn't get my manly parts and my butt, you know, and my face didn't get it too bad.
There's a million reasons to come to Vegas. 30 million tourists annually can't be wrong.
We just love coming to Vegas. Outside the Strip, there's a lot of things to see here in Las Vegas. Shopping centers. We love bringing the kids here and enjoy coming here, especially visiting my brother.
Beatriz Guzman's brother, 24-year-old Jose, moved to Vegas from Bakersfield, California 10 years ago and works at a steakhouse on the Strip. This weekend, one of the Guzmans is tying the knot in the wedding capital of the world. And that's all the family needed to get together in Vegas.
We saw my nephew get married. Never thought I would cry at a wedding, but I cried. It was fun. It was a good weekend.
Before the rest of the Guzmans head back to Bakersfield, Jose takes them out for a goodbye lunch.
Our visit was coming to an end. We always, before we leave back home, we always have brunch or lunch with my brother. It was the first time going to Egg and I restaurant. My brother talked about it. He's always thinking of these new restaurants, new places to go eat, and he wants us to try it. So he said, they're really good there, let's go, I want to show Mom.
The strawberry waffles with the whipped cream on top is really good, it's delicious. So I know the kids, everybody will like it. Everybody loves breakfast. The restaurant was really packed inside. So I said, let's go sit outside in the patio.
On the same street as the restaurant, Ryan Stull is driving to work.
I noticed a car 3 or 4 car lengths in front of me, making a lane change, but he was moving too fast. It had bad news written all over it. It's always waffle. He overcompensated, hit the median, and went airborne.
We barely got our waters, and we hear the brakes screech. And I turn around and I look, holy crap, he's not gonna stop.
Watch out! I heard my mom say, watch out. And then, bam, it just landed. Who would have thought?
It happened so fast, but I watched the entire thing happen, and there's that one moment of, holy, did this just happen? I didn't even believe it. I couldn't believe my eyes.
I didn't see the car until I seen it on top of my brother and my sister. I can't. It just happened so fast. Oh my God.
Everything was just like.
911.
Hi, Egg and I was here on West of Herod Arville, and a car just crashed into us.
Okay. Anybody injured inside the business?
Yes. Yes.
The call came across a normal traffic accident. We didn't think too much of it.
Fire medical. I need an ambulance, please. West of Egg and I. Car just came through the restaurant window.
But once we started getting more notes coming in saying that we had people trapped, then our adrenaline started kicking in.
And how many people are injured, do we know? A lot. It looks like maybe someone's under the car. I don't know.
Couldn't believe my eyes. The worst scene that I've ever witnessed.
The car is lodged half inside and half outside the restaurant, and the engine is still running.
The crying, the screaming. I could smell the carnage. It was devastating.
Ryan pulls over to help. The two men inside the car make a run for it.
Bam, my eyes lit up. It was like, all right, this guy's going down. I'm gonna be the guy to do it.
And the driver, can you give me a description?
Right now he's shirtless.
I ran up to him, grabbed him.
He was a little wild. He might be on something.
Had my knee on his back, and he's screaming at me, you know, stop it, it hurts. And here I am just so fired up, telling him, shut the f up, you're not going anywhere, you're lucky you're still alive. I was waiting to see a gun, a knife of some sort, a weapon. Obviously, this person just committed a pretty big crime, and I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen a gun come out of his pocket.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Metro, are you on the phone?
Yes, we are.
Yeah,
when you say they're fighting, are they actually hitting each other, or are they arguing?
That's not the problem. It's these people under a car.
Soot and ashes on everybody. It was like we were reliving 911, but it was in Vegas.
It came out of nowhere. A car plows into a crowded Vegas restaurant patio at lunchtime.
It was literally like being in a war area. And the sound was glass and people screaming and the revving of a motor.
The patio was full and there was children there. We began to pray, not for ourselves, but it was for the victims that was under the car and the people that was on the patio, that there would be no deaths.
And then it was like at a blink, EMS was coming in, the fire department had come in.
It looked like a bomb scene, some kind of explosion or something like that. We yelled at everyone, hey, if you're not part of this, get out of the scene so we can start assessing exactly what we have going on. It was pure chaos.
4 people are trapped under the car, 3 of them from one family, the Guzmans. Jose, his sister Connie, and his 16-year-old nephew, Eric.
I'm basically pinned, seeing my whole family splattered, just everywhere, covered in blood. My nephew, he's all the way underneath. And then I seen my sister. She was at the very end of the car, flat out, all the way underneath. She just was screaming and screaming, and I was just telling her, I'm right here, we're right here with you. Help! My sister Beatrice is just screaming hysterically. She was like, honestly going in circles.
The 4 other family members escaped the car's path, but not the injuries from the shattered glass and debris.
You don't realize how you're gonna lose everybody in the matter of seconds.
The only way to free the victims is to lift the car, but it's unstable.
It had taken out the support column for the mansard, the overhang of the building. Any second, that mansard could fall down on top of us.
One wrong move and the 4 victims, along with the first responders, will all be crushed. Every second counts.
My adrenaline was going crazy. Everybody's was. We knew that no matter what, we had to get them out from underneath that car. Anytime someone lifted something, everyone yelled out to make sure that everyone knew we were in sync with each other and we were lifting little by little.
I don't know how that whole front did not completely come down. Definitely a miracle.
One by one, they removed the victims.
were several ambulances that literally had their beds lined up on a sidewalk. And as they got a patient, they would throw them on a bed and take them to a trauma center.
10 people in total are injured, 7 of them from one family, the Guzmans. The 18-year-old driver is not injured and is arrested at the scene. At University Medical Center, Dr. John Fildes prepares the trauma team for the flood of patients.
When we have this many admissions coming in, we try to set up a separate team for each patient.
One by one, victim after victim arrives. 16-year-old Eric, 4-year-old Alex, 11-year-old Gabby, 35-year-old Beatriz, 24-year-old Jose, and his 40-year-old sister, Connie.
Connie, I'm Dr. Fildes. We're going to take care of you.
I'm like the air traffic controller. I've got to have my head on a swivel and know what's happening with each one.
Connie,
it's kind of like a symphony of chaos.
I'm going to need to order some fentanyl and...
The victims who were trapped under the car are a big concern, especially Connie.
Clavicle is for sure. We're going to need x-rays and CAT scans, please. Can someone order that up?
She was pretty badly banged up. She had a broken collarbone. We saw rib fractures on the first chest x-ray and also some smaller fractures in her spine. Pretty obvious was this broken ankle that she had.
Okay.
It was clear that was going to have to be repaired surgically.
That wound, please, nurse. Yeah, thank you.
Connie's brother Jose was also trapped.
Connie, we've got
His left leg was pinned beneath the car.
I'd like to have ortho come down and consult, please.
I'm hearing my sister in pain. I'm hearing her scream. I'm hearing the doctors. You know, they're saying we need to get her quiet. Okay. I'm trying to scream like, my sister, she has a medical condition.
6 months earlier, Connie nearly died from a rare disease that attacked her brain and spine. Antireceptor encephalitis is an autoimmune disease. Antibodies attack nerve cells in the brain, causing brain swelling. It's potentially fatal, but in Connie's case, it left her mentally unstable.
Can you hear me, Connie? Pupils are equal and responsive. Is Dr. Rosen
My sister just started walking again. To see my sister back in a hospital bed.
Connie, you're doing great. Your brother's here.
It was horrible, horrible to see my sister like that.
Can you feel that your brother is here? We need to push.
Me and my sisters were really tight. Connie, she's the middle sister, and she's the tough one. She's the one who always, you know, tries to have everybody. She's the backbone of the family. You know, break my leg, break my ankle, break my collarbone, break my ribs. Because I don't want my sister to go through that pain.
Connie, do you remember?
No, I would have took all that any day.
Despite being pinned beneath a 3,000-pound car, Jose suffers only cuts and bruises. He's released along with his nephew Eric. He suffered minor burns. Alex, Gabby, and Beatriz have minor cuts and bruises and are released as well. And then a shocking realization by the family. No one knows what's happened to 64-year-old Alberta.
So as soon as I got released, where's mom, where's mom?
The crash at the Egg and I restaurant makes headlines all over Las Vegas. Shocking news for the Guzman family members who weren't at the lunch.
Excuse me, can you tell me where the emergency is, please?
I was scared out of my mind. I didn't know what to think.
Teresa learns her mother, Alberta, was sent to Sunrise Hospital.
Her clothes were right there on top of her hospital bed. And I picked up the bag and the bag was like full of blood. It was horrible.
Alberta has a deep gash in her leg and 3 broken ribs.
I couldn't breathe. I mean, it was hurting so bad, my ribs. And I couldn't move because of my leg. That's all I could remember because whatever they gave me, I must have went to sleep. When I woke up, my daughter Teresa was telling me, everything's okay, Mom. And I asked about Connie.
Those faces right now?
Back at UMC, scans show her daughter, Connie, didn't suffer any brain injuries, but her shattered right ankle needs surgery.
She broke the shin bone down by the ankle in 2 spots, one on the inside and then in the back. And then she also broke the fibular bone, little outside bone, as well. So that created an ankle joint that can move every which way.
The first thing we said is, which ankle? And that's when we were just like, her good leg. Her good leg.
It's the one leg not ravaged by nerve damage from the rare autoimmune disease she suffered 6 months earlier. Connie could end up in a wheelchair for the rest of her life if surgeons can't fix her left ankle.
Can you hear me, Connie?
The encephalitis that damaged her brain could hinder her recovery.
A person in that condition is less able to follow post-operative instructions and rehabilitation. She would have a harder time obeying the instructions to stay off the ankle. It puts more pressure on me to ensure that she has a good result on the right, because that is her only leg to stand on. You have to get to the bone. That can be actually the most complicated part, because you want to make sure you don't damage anything like tendons, nerves, blood vessels.
Please, thank you.
To expose the bone so we could just look inside of the ankle where the joint is and wash that out, because sometimes there can be little pieces of bone floating around and that can be a problem.
Perfect, thank you.
Then reduce it, put the 2 pieces back together where they started before she broke it.
The surgery goes well, and 3 days after an out-of-control car smashed into the patio of a Vegas restaurant, Connie is released from UMC and heads to a rehab center in Bakersfield. Connie has recovered from her physical injuries. Mentally, though, she still has a way to go. At the Egg and I, there's no trace of that accident, and boulders now provide diners protection from the traffic. The driver of the car that plowed through the restaurant, 20-year-old Gage Lindsay, pleads guilty to felony DUI causing bodily harm and receives 6 to 20 years in prison.
You hurt my family. You hurt innocent people.
The Guzmans are remarkably resilient. Connie's ankle healed, and everyone still loves Vegas, and Jose still eats at the Egg and I.
There is still good people out there.
Are you all right?
People were taking care of my family. Everybody is working together. You have to look out for each other.
The fire department, the paramedics, Sunrise, UMC, everybody was just awesome.
I'm just grateful I have my family. There's no price for that. Somebody was looking after us, but we just don't eat in patios no more.
We don't even eat close to the windows.
Vegas. It's a whirlwind of slot machines, gaming tables, people, and traffic. Traffic that can grind you down if you're trying to get to Vegas or trying to leave.
Everybody's in a hurry. Now the big bunch of cars, and everybody wants to pass. Everybody wants to be in the front. You get a lot of accidents because of that.
Ventriloquist Michelle LaFong is on the I-95 on her way to a gig in Laughlin, a mini Vegas 100 miles south of the Strip.
Putting words in people's mouths is the best thing about ventriloquism. I love throwing my voice in places that people would never expect. Like, I can't even get another gynecologist appointment.
Your name? Johnny Martin. Martin. How you feel? No good? No good, no?
Since 1993, Michelle has carved out a living performing in the lounges, theaters, and nightclubs of the Vegas scene.
No. Stop. Stop some more. Boy, are my parents proud of me right now.
This gig at the Flamingo in Laughlin takes her out of town for 3 months.
When you're a performer, the hardest part is being on the road. It's not the performance that's hard. Having to pack, make sure you have everything. And then in my case, with all the props and puppets, there's so much to keep track of. Oh my gosh, did I forget Johnny? Did I forget Pedro? Did I forget Paco? You there? Yeah. How about you? Yeah. Okay, so don't forget.
You have to put yourself into a different light to be able to
be a great ventriloquist. They're all a little crazy.
I had just gotten married 3 weeks prior, and we had just bought a beautiful home. I didn't even have a chance to settle in and go into Laughlin and living in a hotel room again. It just wasn't something that I was thrilled to be doing.
But the show must go on. And to pass the time, Michelle rehearses the act with her puppets.
The show opens the next day, and we're not gonna have a whole lot of time to rehearse, and I never feel prepared enough. So I'm like, let's run through everything. This is Paco. That's right. My name used to be Raul.
A half hour into the drive, she gets stuck behind a semi on the 2-lane highway.
I didn't realize how slow this semi was going. You're allowed to pass. And I don't know how long that's gonna last.
Let's get going.
And I start accelerating, and this tractor trailer never ended. And then out of the corner of my eye, I see a car coming this way, also at like 80 miles an hour. He was coming fast. I had nowhere to go. So all of a sudden, I thought, get over on his shoulder. I gun it, and it would have worked, except the guy coming at me did the same exact thing.
911, police, fire, medical.
Got the call late in the afternoon, and it came in as a head-on.
Head-ons are often fatal. 2 fire engines and an ambulance from the Clark County Fire Department, plus Mercy Air, head to the scene.
We heard that there was somebody trapped, so we had automatically sent the heavy rescue.
Everything went in total slow motion. I had no idea I was hurt. It didn't register that I couldn't get out of the car.
Oh my golly, are you all right?
This guy asked me if there was somebody I would like him to call for me.
Hello.
All she says to me is, I've been in an accident, you gotta come get me. I've gotta make it to my gig. The car's crashed, okay, not a problem. I mean, she sounds okay.
But rescuers arrive to a completely different picture. A mangled mess of metal and debris. No one is going anywhere soon.
When I pulled up and saw the damage to the car, I thought, boy, this isn't good. The car was just completely demolished.
A head-on collision on a Vegas highway has ventriloquist Michelle Lafong trapped inside her car. The jaws of life are the only way to save her.
She was trapped in there pretty good. They start prying the door open. Her legs were pinned down underneath between the gas pedal and the brake pedal.
Okay, we're gonna be taking you out now.
The steering wheel was putting pressure on her chest, which would put pressure on her diaphragm. She's trying to breathe. She's trying to worry about not getting to work. She was even asking if people in the other car were okay. A lot of times, your patient goes downhill really quick, and sometimes you don't get them back.
Yeah, coming up. Okay, we're almost done.
We had a collar on her. We had oxygen on her. We had IVs started, which gives her her fluid. We scoop her right over and lay her right on the gurney, and she goes right into the helicopter.
Michelle is taken to University Medical Center. The other driver is removed from his vehicle and airlifted to the hospital as well. By the time Michelle's husband arrives, all that remains is debris and her precious puppets.
I knew how much they meant to her. Just the personal value to her. They were her whole life. These aren't just store-bought items. These are things that she's had custom-made, personally made. They're irreplaceable.
Facility about 7 minutes out, and bagging current at this moment. Vital signs for you are heart rate 85 sign.
25 minutes later, Michelle arrives at UMC, where the trauma team is standing by.
All right, guys. Wayne, can you get this?
Hey, Doc.
What do we
got?
got?
A 30-year-old female involved in a head-on collision.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Foot fractures.
Michelle, there's some obvious trauma here.
Her legs are in bad shape.
We need X-ray, CT. Can you call Dr. Monroe?
The CAT scan shows she's fractured a rib and both her feet are broken. Her right foot is the worst. The heel is completely shattered.
Her feet were a mess. She had a lot of swelling. She had a lot of pain. The description of an eggshell that was crushed is a good description for the heel bone or the calcaneus because it is a broad, round bone. So when you break it, you actually crush it and it explodes or flattens out. That's when we decided that we would stabilize these initially and come back and fix them surgically at a later date.
They place a pin in Michelle's foot and decide to wait for the swelling to go down. But 48 hours later, Michelle takes a turn for the worse, and it has nothing to do with her heel.
I could not talk, and I was very weak, and I was very, very sore.
Michelle was very quiet, like she couldn't get words out.
The doctors came in and they said, let's get her in ICU right now.
A fractured rib from the crash has punctured one of her lungs.
You have to think about the chest and the lung as a box with a balloon inside. Let's say someone sticks a needle through the box, through the balloon. The air in the balloon escapes into the space between the balloon and the box. And as the balloon gets smaller, then there's no air getting into the patient's lungs. There's no air getting into the blood, no oxygen distributing around the body.
Michelle is put on life support.
You just need to take the work away from the patient. You know, let them rest, let the lung heal, conserve their energy.
It was traumatic because you go every day and you wonder, what shape is she going to be in?
You just don't know what to do. That's all you can do is sit around and wait. It's a helpless feeling.
Finally, Michelle is breathing on her own. The other driver is not so lucky. He suffers complications and dies in the hospital from his injuries. The swelling in Michelle's feet has come down, and now Dr. Monroe can begin repairing them. Her left foot will heal on its own in a cast, but the right one needs to be completely rebuilt if Michelle is ever going to walk again.
I said to my surgical team that we've got a difficult project ahead of us here. There's not a good approach through the skin to get to the calcaneus so I can see everything I need to see to put it back together.
Clamp.
Dr. Monroe uses screws and wires to reassemble Michelle's ankle joint like a jigsaw puzzle.
We want to get the length and height of the heel back to where it was before, and we want to fix the joint so the joint's well aligned so the patient doesn't develop arthritis early. So we have specially designed plates with screws that allow us to secure the fixation and hold the bone in its normal anatomic position until it heals.
But this puzzle is missing pieces. Fragments of bone pulverized in the crash.
We fill those small areas with bone graft. The bone graft fills the void and provides some stabilization, but it also helps this heal quicker.
It will be 6 to 8 weeks before Dr. Monroe will know if the surgery was successful.
I knew we could get her to walk, but the question is, how well will she walk?
They were telling me I would be in a wheelchair for a long time, and Dr. Monroe made a big deal about how I better not fall either, because if I fall, I'm gonna ruin his surgery, and you only get one shot at it.
But 2 months later, the follow-up with Dr. Monroe doesn't go well. Michelle has developed arthritis in her foot like she was warned, and it's a game changer.
You ruined my surgery! And I'm like, what are you talking about? You have broken pins. You fell on your foot. I told you, if you fall on your foot, that's it. you're done. I said, well, okay, I fell out of my wheelchair twice. Okay, after my husband pushed me. No, I'm kidding. I'm certain I did not. But he says I did, so I guess I did. Now I have arthritis, just like everything he said would happen, so I'm in pain for the rest of my life. I'm screwed.
What's the matter? Headache? Yes. Pain? Yes. Fever? I don't know.
I had to reinvent myself, basically, because I couldn't do the road anymore because of all my aches and pains.
She's given up her stand-up comedy with the puppets for a sit-down radio show about what else? Celebrities in Vegas.
How do I introduce Cato Kalin? Russell Peters.
That's me.
I wanted to know. I really like my life now. I mean, great things have come of it. I really feel that this is a second chance to do what I'm supposed to do. Whatever I was doing, that wasn't what I was supposed to be doing. And nobody wanted me on the road anymore, frankly.